Just before the chair starts, again, the meeting will start at 10 o'clock. Just as the last couple of people are entering, we are expecting over 70 people through this meeting, so please be patient. You are currently sitting as an attendee and do not have access to your microphone and video at this time. As soon as the chair calls your application, you will have access to that microphone and camera. We are just trying to manage the number of people who are attending this morning. Okay, so please don't raise your hand at this moment. As soon as you have a question, we will ensure that you are a panelist at that time when your application is called.
This is a quick sound check for me. Am I live and in person?
Yep.
I can see me, but
We can hear you as well. Committee members, if you want to go ahead and test your audio and visual just at the second, and then we can go ahead and start. If there are people that are not on the list, Denny, we just want to bump them closer to the end of the list, as again, okay. I was expecting 70 and we currently have 64 that are in the queue. Okay, so go ahead and Scott and Jennifer, just make sure your audio is working and we can proceed.
Assuming everybody can see me and hear me?
Yeah, we're all good.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's get started. Start with this morning's agenda. The first item on the agenda is A20-2045. That's 1283 Victoria Street North. We only have one person registered for that, which is Drew. Are you here, Drew?
I am. Yep. Good morning.
There we go. Good morning. Okay, have you had an opportunity to review staff's report?
I have.
Okay, they're recommending approval with conditions. And did you have any questions or comments regarding the conditions?
No, we don't. Everything looks pretty straightforward.
Okay, good. Members, anyone have any questions, comments, motion? Bob?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is fairly straightforward. The DVT intrusion is very minor. There are 3 conditions, so I move that this be approved with the 3 conditions as outlined in the staff report.
Okay, second.
I'll second that.
Mike, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you.
Okay, the next application is A20-2046. That's 221 Vineyard Drive. Supporter opposition. We have 1, 2 in support and 2 parties in opposition. Is everyone present?
Yes.
Okay, do we have Sam? I see Ruby there.
Sam, yeah.
And Alan.
Sam and Cheryl should be available for you there, Denny.
Okay, and is Sam here? Okay, there's Cheryl. Hello, Sam.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah. Is that you, Sam?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I can't see. It doesn't have your name. It just has an application number there. Okay. Sam, have you had an opportunity to staff support?
Yes, I have, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Okay.
It's a fairly straightforward application. The triplex exists as today, and we're looking to have it approved as an existing triplex. It meets the provincial policy statements, the official plan, and the intent of the zoning bylaw. We've submitted the site plan showing parking for 6 spaces on the site. We've also added some additional landscaping and landscaping on the sides and at the front. So we are in support of the recommendations of staff, and I would ask the committee to approve it, and I'll be available to answer any questions.
Okay, we have one objection. I take it, Cheryl? Okay, we'll give you an opportunity to speak. You want to present now? You're on mute, Cheryl.
There I am.
You're showing on mute. You have to unmute, Cheryl.
Go unmute.
There you go.
Technology, wonderful, thank you.
Okay.
We received this letter in our mailbox and we're kind of shocked. You know, my husband and I were like, why are we debating this now? This triplex has been in our backyard for 2 to 3 years. We assumed it had already been permitted and zoned to do this, but we have some concerns about changing the zoning in our area to allow for people to just build triplexes in their backyard. We don't even understand how it got this far as the city is concerned, that there's plumbing, there's people living there, and now we're debating zoning issues. So for us personally, living where we live with that thing in our backyard, it's very intrusive. And if everybody in our neighborhood is now allowed to just build triplexes in their backyard, I'm not really sure it's a precedent that I want to see set for our neighborhood. It's not that we want the people displaced either, but we're not really sure how this even happened without proper zoning. That's our main concern.
Okay, I guess since staff has supported the application, maybe we'll hear from Julianne in regards to your concerns.
Thank you.
You're on mute, Julie. There you go.
Hi, Julie.
Through here. My understanding is that the building has existed in its form. The reason for the third unit, I think that's what they're requesting right now, is to permit the third unit. If you'll recall, some time ago, the provincial government made some changes to legislation which would encourage and enable people to intensify their sites for other residential uses that are affordable. And this would probably fit right in with that objective of the provincial legislation. And the owner of the property has just requested permission to a third unit. There was nothing to my knowledge that didn't happen. That's why he's coming in for permission right now. Because currently the R3 zone doesn't allow that. But with the new changes in the provincial legislation, that's something that staff would have to consider and contemplate. And but Mr. Head, if he has any other detailed information about the applicant's intentions, but that's my understanding with the application.
So then you would be allowing for anybody in our area to build triplexes in their backyard?
Yes.
And when was that legislation by the government implemented? Because this has been in our backyard now for 2 years as it stands, being an apartment building in a zoned area, not for apartments.
I'm not sure about the history of this site, but
think
in
that's kind
terms
of
of the legislation,
important.
it was just recently passed within the last year.
Right. So don't you think it's kind of important to look back and see when this was built, how it was built, before you continue to add more to the property, which then will open up the zoning for anybody in this area to have triplexes in their backyard? I understand there's a need for affordable housing, but I think that's something that the city needs to take on in areas where they can build affordable housing, not allowing people to just put triplexes in their backyard.
I'm sorry, if you could please do me a favor and direct everything through the chair. It just makes sure that we don't enter into debate with those people that have attended the meeting. So direct all comments through the chair, okay?
I don't know what that means, but I'll try.
Sam, did you want to add more further?
This has existed for some time, and all we're doing is recognizing the existing situation of the triplex that's there.
Right, but how did that get zoned? Like, how did that get built in the first place? We're not
The
zoned for
owner-
triplexes.
The owner applied for permits from the city and got approval to do that.
I adamantly oppose. I've lived here for almost 20 years in this exact property, and I just don't want to see our home get surrounded by triplexes. So that's my vote. I don't know who I'm supposed to address that to, Denny, but my vote is still for no.
All right. Scott, you had something?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant kind of answered my first question about whether the third unit exists, but I'm concerned about permitting, and a question then for staff. The building division is asking that a permit be applied for. The applicants indicated that a permit was achieved. Could you clarify that for me?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of what the status of the permit is. Building has asked for a permit, so my understanding is that they need a permit. Perhaps Mr. Head can shed some light on this, because I wasn't the individual planner that was involved in the application at the beginning, so I'm unaware of the status of a building permit.
Through the chair to staff and applicant, I had a quick review of the City of Kitchener building department permit status, and it shows a number of years ago, and I can't remember if it was 3 or 5 or 1, but there were 2 permits applied for and opened. One to build an addition at 221 Vanier, and the second one was to construct a basement. They called it a duplex unit at that point. So there were permits obtained through the building department some time ago, not for at least that was for the construction, not for the zoning change.
Exactly. The big difference between putting on an addition and changing the zoning in our residential area.
Yeah.
Through the chair. Denny.
Scott?
Yeah, just further add, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that a permit's ever been issued for the third unit. I'm concerned about life safety issues. So if the committee sees in its wisdom to approve this, I'm going to suggest that we add a condition or a 4th condition that a building permit for the third unit be applied for.
Okay. Anyone else have anything else? Yeah, Jennifer, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see that as a condition of approval, the applicant is to get a zoning certificate. So I just want to confirm that has this been reviewed in the, for zoning approval in every other respect? So parking, landscaping, all of that, has this application been reviewed according to what exists and what's required by the zoning bylaw? I understand that this is an occupancy permit under the zoning bylaw. I just want to make sure that there's sufficient, the parking supply is appropriate. Do parking spaces need to be delineated? I see that the pavement goes right to the back rear property line. Is there a need for a landscape buffer there? So I just, I guess through you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Von Westerholt.
For you, Mr. Chair, in response to Ms. Meter's inquiry, the reason why staff have requested a site plan approval is to finalize all of these details with respect to the location of the parking, any landscaping that needs to be provided, because we're going from a duplex, which would not have required site plan approval, to a triplex with the third unit, and that's the reason for the added condition. And that should address all of the comments that you made, which are, very valid comments. And the change in occupancy is a standard procedure when we're changing use from one use to another. So from a duplex, which is what was on record up until now, up until the requested permission to change it into a triplex unit. So that's the need. That's what triggered the need for the zoning occupancy certificate.
Thank you, Ms. Van Oosterhout. That's very helpful for me. So this, any concerns with, site function and impact can be addressed through site plan. So through you, Mr. Chair, to Cheryl, you've indicated that you don't like this here. Can you explain what your actual, if there's any concerns with what's going on the site? What are the impacts of this existing use on you?
You're muted again, Cheryl.
Thank you. The moderator had muted me, so she's fixed that up for me, she or he, so thank you for that. The main concern for us is there's a lot more noise. There's a lot more parties out back. There's a constant change of people living there. So we tend to notice that when there's an increase in renters, there's a lot of disrespect for the properties around. We've had children walking on the top of our fence on several occasions, which is they fall into our yard and hurt themselves. That's a liability for me. So personally, I would have to say it's noise, safety concerns, and just seeing this expanded throughout the neighborhood. Because if one does it, then there's definitely no way of stopping everybody else from doing it. We pay high taxes in Kitchener, and it's not the environment that I want to still be living in. So definitely noise, constant changing of people living there, and disrespect for the neighborhood in general.
There's no kids live here. There's not one kid live here.
Maybe not right now, they don't live there, but there's been children living there in the past.
No, never ever had
Yes, and if
kids.
they're not living there, then they're visiting there. So again, there's just increased traffic in the backyard.
Well, you can't
that
stop
we are
people from visiting.
for.
Through
So
you,
instead of
Mr.
having
Chair.
one neighbor,
Mr. Chair,
yeah,
Let's stop debating
thank
this.
you.
yeah,
That-
thank you.
I appreciate that explanation. From my perspective, I would say that we are here to regulate the users of the property. We can only regulate the use. And I would also note that any noise issues can be addressed through the city's noise bylaw and the officers who deal with that. In terms of precedent, I'm comfortable that if applications come forward, that they will be assessed on their own merits in their own context. So I'm comfortable that the proposed conditions of the city address all concerns, and the proper functioning of the site can be addressed through site plan. I'm prepared to support this application.
All right. Scott, you had made an amendment to the recommendation of the application. Was that, do you want to forward that as a motion?
Well, if Jennifer's was a motion, I would like to make a friendly amendment to add condition 4 that a building permit for the third unit be applied for, if that's okay with Jennifer.
Certainly, or I can just say I move to approve the application as amended to include building permit, condition for a building permit.
Or second by Scott then, I take it. Yep, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next application is A 2020-47, that's 6 Pegnot Ave. Supporter opposition. We have 2 registered in support.
Hi, Denny. I just wanted to let you know that Eric Jackman is not in attendance at this moment, but you do have Zach Bach.
Okay, I think based on that, we can probably go forward. Zach, have you had an opportunity to review staff's report?
I've reviewed my application that I put through.
Yeah, they're recommending approval without any conditions. So I just want to draw that to your attention.
No, I haven't reviewed that, sorry.
Okay, that's the recommendation in any event, is support without any conditions. So it's just a straight up support for approval of your application as submitted. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Yeah, Bob.
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you. This is fairly straightforward. I think this is actually a classic definition of what a minor variance would be. So I would move that this be approved with no conditions.
Second.
I'll second it.
Mike, all in favor? Carry. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. All right, next application's A 2020-48. That's 581 Strasburg Road. We have support or opposition. We have 2 in support and 1 in opposition. Okay, Valerie, have you had an opportunity to review staff's report?
Yes, I have.
Okay, they're recommending approval with 1 condition. It's just a straightforward condition, but it seems, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I don't at this time.
Okay. We have 1 in opposition, and that's Paula. Paula, are you online here?
I'm sorry, Denny. Paula is not in attendance at this moment.
Okay, and we didn't receive any written submission from her, did we?
We did not. All I can relay is that she was not hoping that balconies would be built out of the rear of the property, but that was over a phone call.
Okay, all right. Unfortunately, she's not here to address her concerns, so we'll have to move forward. Anyone have any questions or comments? Motion? Bob?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm glad to see that, or I'm assuming that the environmental planning comments that through site plan, the typical tree management requirements will be enforced at that point. I think it's a fairly straightforward 1 condition, so I move that this be approved with the 1 condition.
Second? Jennifer, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Jennifer. Okay, next application is A 2020-49. That's 26 6th Ave. Support or opposition, and we have 1 person in support, which is the applicant themselves. Janice? There we go. Hi, Janice. Have you had an opportunity to review staff's report? They're recommending approval with no conditions.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Any of the members have any questions, comments, or a motion? Bob?
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you. Again, this is a classic example of what a minor variance is. And staff is asking for no conditions. So I move that this be approved with no conditions.
All right, second, Scott, all in favor? Carried. Thanks, Janice.
Great, thank you.
Okay, next application is A 2020-50. That's 598, 604, and 608 Victoria Street North. Support or opposition, we only have 1 registered in support, which is the applicant, which is Daniel. Are you online, Daniel? There we go. You. Staff's recommending approval with conditions. Have you had an opportunity to review staff's report, Dan?
Yes, I have.
Okay, do you have any questions, comments?
No.
Traffic is asked for a submission, also for condition approval for written submission on the parking justification. And I don't see that in here as a condition. We may want to consider adding that as a 3rd condition to this recommendation, which it will have to be done anyways. Bob?
Yes, Mr. Chair, wouldn't the parking requirements be covered under the site plan?
I don't know. I just pulled that right from transportation services.
Yes, well, I see that condition number 1 is that this transaction go through site plan development.
Are you satisfied with that, Steve, that would handle it?
Yeah, through the chair, as far as I know, my colleague Dave has been working on the site plan review process of this property. And as of, I think it was earlier this week, I talked with him. He is working with the applicant, and they are in the process of putting together and submitting the parking justification report. But so typically we would ask for that before it comes through C of A for support or approval. But given what they're proposing and with the new outlines in the new bylaw, 2019-051, we are in support of what they're proposing. We just want to make sure that we do see the final written form. And as I'm fairly certain, it's underway right now, and we should be expecting it soon.
Okay, Julianne?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to echo those comments because the comment from the Transportation Services within the report actually says that they're working on that. So just to echo Stephen's concerns or comments, I think should address the question that was raised. And I don't see the need for an additional condition if the committee so decides.
Okay. Scott, you had your hand up?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just a question for Julianne as well. What is the status of the site plan application for this particular property?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's probably a question for the applicant because I don't have a handle on every site plan application that's in my understanding is that it hasn't been submitted yet, but perhaps Mr. Rosu can confirm that.
Yes, our intention is to make a site plan application within the next couple of weeks. At that point, we were just going for approval in principle before applying for our building permits.
If I could just follow up then, Mr. Chairman, I have concerns with dealing with variances on a particular property, especially multi-res, where they haven't at least gone through one circulation. My concern is that other variances are going to be picked up through the site plan process, and we'll be back looking at it again. I've been convinced by our transportation planner that the variants that they've asked for are in keeping with where we're going with the new zoning bylaw, but I just want to let you know that I'm not really comfortable with this type of application. So,
Julianne?
Yes. Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I can appreciate Scott's comments. One thing that I just wanted to confirm is that I believe the applicant was advised that, typically we would wait until site plan, and if not, he's familiar with our process, he's gone through it before, and then that's a risk that the applicants take on themselves. So I just wanted to put that out there as well, just for the committee's information.
All right. Jennifer, did you have something?
No, sorry, I think a lot of my comments have been addressed, but I agree that this is, if the applicant wants to take on the risk of having to come back before the committee, that's his risk to bear. Although, of course, we don't want this process to be abused. We don't want to see applicants multiple times for the same project. And I also really appreciate Mr. Ryder's comments because on its face, it looks very backwards to be approving a parking variance without the justification and have a note that that's coming later. But on the basis that the proposed ratio is consistent with the direction of the regulations, which has been the source of great study through the new zoning, I support the moving forward with that variance at this time. So I have no further questions or comments.
All right. Is there anyone else or a motion? Scott?
Mr. Chairman, based on the comments, and they've been good comments raised, I'm prepared to move the staff recommendation that the application be submitted subject to the 2 conditions.
All right, second.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Next application's A 2020-51, 14 Tweedsmuir Court. We only have one person registered, which is Troy Hubert. You online, Troy?
think so.
There we go. Okay, staff's recommending approval without any conditions. Does anyone have any questions, comments? Motion? Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a quick comment or question for the applicant. You're using the accessory structure for the purpose of your business. What is your occupation?
I'm a plumber by trade, so I just have some tools and other things that I usually pull a trailer when I'm going to job sites. So yeah, I have a trailer which has been broken into once sitting in the driveway. So I'm just trying to get it out of sight, and it'll clean everything up as well.
So you're not using your home as a home-based business, correct?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you very much.
Julianne? Or are you just clicking your pen?
I'm just clicking my pen.
Okay. I realized that after I called your name. Anyone else?
Forgot you know.
Anyone else? Questions, motion? Mike? Just a quick comment echoing Scott's questions regarding the home-based businesses. I did have the same question in my mind, and given the response and the comments of the application, I would move that this application be approved as submitted. Second. All in favor? Carried. Thanks, Troy.
Thanks.
Next application, A 2020-52, 261 Woodbine Ave. We have anyone in support or opposition? We only have one person registered, Pierre, in support. Morning, Pierre, are you there?
Yes, I am.
There you are. Staff's recommending approval without conditions. It's a fairly straightforward application. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Jennifer?
Sorry, just a quick question. This is a bit of a unique site. The 4 parking spaces in the front yard, which 4 parking spaces are there? Because I see there's 2 entrances. I'm just curious as to which 4 that would be.
I'll call, if I may, Mr. Chair, I'll call it the northern leg of the entrance. As you come into the site, you'll turn left, and then there's 4 spaces there on your, what will be your left-hand side.
Okay.
I hope that makes sense.
I do see that. Thank you.
And I should note that through discussions with Hydro One, because the site is within the hydro corridor, we've had to work with Hydro One and address some of their issues with respect to grading next to their towers, et cetera, et cetera. Long story short is that we've had to make some tweaks to the site plan, and the number of spaces has increased from 4 to 9. But I note the decision doesn't reference the number of spaces. It just simply permits the spaces in the front yard. So I just wanted to point that out for the committee's attention.
Good, thanks, Pierre. Jennifer?
I just have one more question then. So there's 9 spaces I see on that leg, but there's also spaces on the southern leg, as that's just not considered the front yard?
Visitor spaces are allowed in the front yard.
I see. And the ones on the south are designated for visitors?
Yes.
Thank you.
If I can just share my screen. I guess I can't share my screen, but.
Thank you, Mr. Chauvin. I'm clear on it now. Thank you.
Sure.
Great, thanks. Anyone else? Not a motion?
Mr. Chair, I will move that this application be approved with no conditions as per the staff report.
All right, second. Scott, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. And while we have you here, next application is A 2020-53, which is 80 McGee Ave. Once again, that's Pierre, no one in opposition. Staff report is recommending approval with conditions. Do you have any questions or comments regarding the conditions, Pierre?
No, Mr. Chair, they're all pretty straightforward.
Okay. Anyone have any questions, comments, or a motion? Scott?
Quick question for staff on the, I think it's the second or third page, the floor space ratio that exists is there, and staff make a comment that it's going to be more in line with the density requirements in the OP, which I think is closer to 1. Can staff indicate where we're headed? Like, is it above the 1 or is it below the 1?
I believe this is probably a question that's better answered by Mr. Chauvin. I don't have intimate knowledge of every site plan application that is in the city. So perhaps Mr. Chauvin can provide some insight in terms of just how much of an increase in FSR there will be.
To you, Mr. Chair. There really isn't any change to the floor space ratio on this existing building because it's really the internal demising walls and uses that are changing. So the physical footprint isn't changing. So the existing floor space ratio is not changing, but I think what staff are referring to are in terms of the number of units per hectare as opposed to floor space ratio. So bringing it closer to the 100 units per hectare that a high density residential designation is encouraged to have. So I think that's where that comment is coming from.
Thanks for that. I think that helps to answer my questions. Very unique application. I'm very intrigued by it. So if the committee doesn't have any more comments, I'll probably move it.
Anyone have anything else? No. Got that's a motion then.
On that basis, Mr. Chairman, I think this is a very, very unique application in keeping with the city and the province's requirements for increased density, and I'm prepared to move the staff recommendation with the 4 conditions.
All right, second. Jennifer, all in favor? Carried. Thanks. Thanks, Pierre. Next application is A 2020-54. It's 115 Parkville Drive. We only have one person registered, Jennifer. Pryor, Jennifer, are you there?
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
There we go. Staff's recommending approval without any conditions. Does anyone have any questions or comments or a motion? Bob?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Again, I love this, a classic minor variance. So I move that this be approved with no conditions.
Second. Jennifer, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Jennifer.
you.
Next application's A 2020-55. That's 61 Irvin Street. Support or opposition. We have 2 parties registered in support. Ryan and Robert. I take it Robert is speaking on behalf of the client.
It appears that Robert was in the meeting briefly and might have lost his connection.
Okay, well then we'll talk with Ryan. Ryan, have you had an opportunity to review staff report, the recommending approval with conditions? There's 3 conditions. Did you have any questions or comments or?
No, Robert might have some, but again, we lost him, so I'm not sure what his take on it is.
Right. I would imagine, yeah, I don't know. Does anyone have any?
Sorry, Denny, we just had a phone call come in, so I don't know if, oh, Mr. James Fryatt, architect, I have him. So 1 second, I will promote him. He just entered the meeting again.
Well, Mr. Chair, while we're waiting, a couple of comments I want to make. I remember this place well. I used to live a couple of doors up the street, and I think Ms. von Westerholt will probably remember it well.
Oh yeah.
We spent. It was kind of a nice neighborhood. This was not as nice as some of the other houses on the street. And it's nice to see that the new owners have gone to great lengths to improve the place. And it's really nice to see that there's a letter of support from the neighbors. I support this application. There'll probably be some other comments, but at this point in time, I am in full support of this with the 3 conditions.
All right. Anyone else? Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for the applicant. Does the 3rd unit exist?
It does. We're pending approval at this process before we get signed off on it. So it does exist.
Have you applied for a building permit for it?
We're just going through this minor variance process, and once we get that approval, it will be applied for immediately.
Then a question for staff. Should we be asking for another condition that a permit be applied for, just to make sure?
For you, Mr. Chair, you can certainly put the condition on, but I have explained to the committee members before that it's kind of a circuitous condition, but if it makes the committee more comfortable in making their decision, then certainly if you feel like adding that condition, I wouldn't be opposed to that.
All right. Is there anyone else? Questions, comments? Scott, did you want to make a motion then?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm very happy when I see a committee of adjustment application where you have neighborhood support. Obviously, there's a huge improvement to this property, so I'm prepared to support the recommendation, subject to the 3 conditions recommended by staff and a 4th one that simply the applicant apply for a building permit.
All right, second. Bob?
Mr. Chair, I move this, or I second this as amended.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Next application is A 2020-56 49 Lichty Crescent. Supporter opposition. We have 1 in support and a delegation in opposition. Staff's recommending approval. Do we have all parties online? Boban. Okay, there we are. Good. And McCabe's.
Hello, we're here.
There we go. Okay, good. Staff's recommending approval with no conditions. Maybe what we'll do is we'll give the McCabe's an opportunity to make their presentations. So fire away.
For us? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're opposing this application just because the applicant and the homeowner has, since we've been dealing with them, has had a history of disrespect for the property line, and now, as we find out, disrespect for city bylaws and how close it is.
We're the next door neighbor. We should just mention that.
Yeah, we're the next door neighbor, 45 Lichty Crescent. That the application, the application for the property line adjoins.
Okay.
The applicant dug up a large chunk of my property to build these new developments without even notice or even a talk to, just to say we're doing it. And we haven't had use of this land on our property for about 2 years now. I know COVID and things delayed that, but it's still been about 2 years. Just looking at, and then when they were laying down the outline for the foundation slabs, just looking from stake to stake down the property line, the outline was over my my property line. And I'm not sure if it was an applicant, but I let the construction crew know and the homeowner that they were too close and they needed to move it 5 feet over to the left. And they said, that's not my thing. The architect laid the foundation wall. If there's a issue with it, then my architect has insurance and will knock the house down, is what they told me.
That was last fall.
That was last fall. And now they're filing this application. And actually, if you look at the picture on the application as well, you'll notice that there's a huge space in between the two houses that they built. And there's really no reason they had to push it so far towards our house on the property line. And I guess my point is, if you approve this, they're just going to do this again on the next project and take advantage of the next neighbor, and you're going to take up more time and you're more time for the next project that they do. So that's why I oppose.
We're also disappointed because now where this retaining wall is, in your report, it says that it's existing, but it wasn't existing until they built it last fall. And now, because it's a deck with like a walkout basement, there's a big roof overhang that comes very close to the property line, if not over the property line. And our house, which was existing before the applicant started building, was existing, and our house unfortunately is also very close to the property line on that side. So now we have two roofs that are converging and very close because of where they've built this deck and this retaining wall.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else?
No.
That sums it up. All right. I'm going to let the applicant address those concerns. Boban?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Boban Jokanovic. I am the applicant. I tried to work with the neighbors here, and I told them that how it goes is me as a constructor, I get the stake lines done by the surveyor, and I go off of the drawings. And they were worried that we dug into that our footings were actually into their property. And I said, guys, I just follow the drawings. That's what I do. The permit has been issued for this project. City is allowing what we're doing here. Nothing's being done illegal. And this minor variance that we are applying for today, it's because we are encroaching into the setback distance, not into their property. So I'm not sure where this big issue is. I know they may not be too happy that there was a construction going on beside them, but again, it's nothing illegal. Everything's been paid for, everything's been done and approved by the city's planning and the building department. So that's all I have to say. If there is anything we can do to help the cause, we will. But sometimes, we can't just be going off of to make people happy. Like you say, why did not we put the house closer to the other side? I'm a constructor. It's not up to me to decide where it gets put. Like I'm just building as per the drawings that were approved. So we slightly encroached into the setback again. So we're still within our property. We just encroached by 8 inches or so into the setback. So I'm not sure what the big deal is, but yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah. Question for you then, was any damage on their property restored? Was their property restored back to condition?
Yes, it has.
Aaron, do you agree?
Yes, they have now restored it.
Just last week, I was able to cut the grass.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Scott? You're muted, Scott.
Yep. Just a question for either staff and or the applicant. The survey for the property in the application shows the concrete retaining wall. The elevation that we have also shows the deck, which appears to be a covered deck, but it's not on the survey. Will that covered deck also require a variance, Julianne?
Just a moment. I'm having some problems here with the Zoom. Can everybody still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry, can you repeat the question? Because I was actually trying to connect with the planner that was on this file. And I didn't hear all of the question. Do you mind repeating it, Scott?
Yep, certainly. The survey for the property, which is kind of the last page that I have of the printed version of the application, shows the concrete retaining wall. The building elevations show a deck, and it appears to be a covered deck coming off the first floor, but it's not shown on the survey. So I'm just wondering, is the variance also required for the covered deck?
No,
I don't think so.
no. The surveys always show the footprint, the actual part that protrudes from the ground.
Well, Van, hang on. We're talking to staff right now. Thanks.
I apologize.
In my world, Juliana, a survey usually shows what's existing there, and if there's a covered deck, it would be shown on the survey.
The setback would be the same for the retaining wall or the covered deck.
That's my concern, because you're only asking for a variance for the retaining wall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be the same. So it would, any part of the building, the structures, they would have to meet the same setback.
Are you aware, Julian, whether there was a permit applied for and received for that deck structure?
I am not. So, but I can just ask. I can ask the planner. I'm in communication with him. Just a moment. It's considered part of the building, so he didn't need a separate building permit. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
It's considered part of the main building, so a separate building permit was not necessary. And it was part of that permit for the new building, so.
Right, but should have it been included in this application, I think is the question from Scott, correct, Scott?
I don't think you needed a separate variance. What you need to respect, like what the builder has to respect, is that all of the building, including the deck, has to be within the set, outside of the setback. So if it's not, perhaps we can make a clarification in the recommendation that includes the deck. And if that isn't the case, then he will have to move the deck or reduce the size of the deck or whatever in order to meet that setback.
Okay. Scott?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Jennifer.
Thank you. I have some concerns with this application. I'm inclined to believe the McCabe's that they haven't been very neighborly in their construction.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the quantum of change is insignificant, is minor when you're looking at a retaining wall, but the impact is much greater when you're looking at the height of a covered deck. I also, when the applicant says they've done nothing illegal, well, in fact, they have by constructing this this structure within the setback. That's without permission to do so. It seems like it could have been avoided. The applicant refers to following the surveys and the plans. Well, if the plans were properly followed, there shouldn't have been a need for this variance. I'm not inclined to support this application, Mr. Chair.
Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I'm leaning in the same direction, but in order to be respectful for the applicant, I would suggest that we defer this application to allow staff to provide us with some commentary on whether a permit was actually existing for that deck. I think most decks are add-ons after the fact. And I think if a permit had been applied for, it would not have been allowed because it would have needed a variance. So I'm going to suggest we defer it to allow for some follow-up from staff on the existing situation of the covered deck.
Look at the original building permit application. Is that what you're referring to see if it was inclusive of a deck?
Correct.
Okay. Julianne?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do have a comment from the planner that was on the application, and he indicated that the deck was part of the original permit. Now, I think what perhaps, if I might suggest, what needs to be confirmed is whether or not, in fact, there is an encroachment into that, like whether or not it doesn't comply. And I have no way of determining that today. So as per Ms. Meter's earlier comments as well, and Scott's concerns as well, perhaps that should be what we look at. I just want clarification in terms of what you're wanting staff to confirm.
Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then I will move that the application be deferred to allow staff to confirm whether the existing covered deck would also require a variance.
And more details on the existing covered deck, obviously, I would think, right? Because you want to make sure that to see if it's intrusive or not.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I've just received a copy of the building permit, and it actually included the deck.
And the covering.
I just can't understand how that would have been issued if it was too close to the lot line. The permit application obviously would have shown it at 1.2 meters.
It's possible through you, Mr. Chair, that the permit was issued correctly, but perhaps the construction didn't occur correctly. So I have no way of confirming that today, whether or not the construction actually occurred as per the permit.
Bob?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I've heard what both the applicant and the neighbors have said. I've listened carefully to what our colleagues on the committee have said. This is a very, very minor issue. It's that much. I don't see this as a very big problem. Whether or not the applicant and the neighbors got along, that's outside of the purview of this committee. I am in support of this moving ahead. So if the motion was to defer, I would prefer that it move ahead so we don't have it coming back again. It's staff have reassured us that the outside deck was part of the original building permit. Sometimes between the architect and the contractor, we've seen it many times before, that a minor variance of 0.2 meters, that does happen. And that's why this committee is here, to make these minor variances. And I do consider a 0.2 meter difference as a minor variance. So I don't see the need to defer.
Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to rescind my motion to defer and see where things head, but I will tell the committee I will not be supporting this application.
All right. So motion's withdrawn. Anyone have anything else or make a motion?
Mr. Chair, to keep things moving along, because I know there'll be some discussion on this, I move that this be approved. That's a very minor variance, and I move that this be approved with no conditions. We'll see how it plays out.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second on that? Mike?
I'm in support of Bob's comments, Mr. Chair, and in that regard would second the motion as presented.
Yeah, I have to agree with Bob as well. I think what makes it a little bit difficult is the manner in which the presentation was made by the applicant, and just the way that he presented it to the committee.
It could have been better, couldn't it, Denny?
Better. We've seen a lot.
My apologies.
Yeah. So, but I think in the overall scheme of things, and if it was to be taken further, I'm sure we all know what the outcome would be in any event. So That being said, do I have, there's a second on the floor, all in favor? 3 in favor, 2 opposed, it passes. Thank you. All right,
Thanks for your time, guys. Thanks for listening.
thank you. Next application is A 2020-57. It's 114 Blair Creek Drive. Support or opposition, we've got a number of people in support. The applicant, who's going to speak on behalf of the applicant, because I've got 4 names listed here.
Jenny, it appears that we only have Chris and Lena in attendance. Chris is the applicant and Lena is the future home buyer.
Okay, Chris, that'll work. Chris, they're recommending approval without any conditions. And just make sure there's no third party condition. No, there's not. Does anyone have any questions, comments, motion? Scott?
Just a quick question for the applicant. Can you confirm that the deck is a 1-story deck? In other words, it's just 1 story with a roof. It doesn't have a second story to it?
Yep, that's correct. Just 1 level.
When the time comes in, Mr. Chairman, I certainly support the application. I think it's minor, but I would like the words to construct a 1-story covered deck be added to the recommendation.
All right. So I guess that's a motion with an amendment to the recommendation. Is there a second? Jennifer, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Next application is A 2020-58. That's 64 Grand Flats Trail. Supporter opposition. We have 1 person registered. Phil, are you there? There you are. Staff's recommending approval without conditions. Anyone have any questions or comments? Motion?
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to move that the application be approved, subject to any comments from my colleagues.
Okay, second. Scott, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. It's approved. Okay, next application is A 2020-59. That's 132 Wilhelm Street. Support or opposition? We have 1 person in support, which is the applicant, David. Are you there, David? Is the applicant online?
It's Aaron Westra online.
Aaron? Okay. Hi, Aaron.
It's Dave.
Sorry,
Dave.
yeah, when you logged in, Aaron, sorry.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Staff's recommending approval with the condition. Have you had an opportunity to review staff's report, Aaron?
Yeah.
David, I mean, sorry. There, they fixed your name on the screen. Thanks.
All good.
Yeah. Any questions, comments?
Not at this time, nope.
Okay. Members, any questions, comments, motion, Bob?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think this is fairly minor. I'm glad to see that the condition has included the scope tree management / arborist's report. There is a minor intrusion into the DVT, but that is fairly insignificant. So I move that this be approved with the 1 condition as in the staff report.
Second.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that, but I just wanted to comment that I do appreciate the comments from staff about the setback relative to the neighboring properties. I was concerned that there was a significant amount of development occurring in the front yard, but it looks like it's in keeping with the character, so I will second the motion.
All right, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next application is A 2020-60, 36 Jacob Gingrich Drive. And we have Mike here that's registered as the applicant.
Yes.
There we go. Staff's recommending approval with no conditions. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Motion, Scott?
Just a question for the applicant again. Is this addition going to be 1 story?
Yes, it is.
We should have that in.
Would you have any issue if I added a couple of words to the resolution that said it was a 1-story addition consistent with the plan submitted with the application?
No issue at all.
Right.
That would be fine.
On that basis, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to move the staff recommendation subject to some minor wording to say permission to build a 1-story addition consistent with the plans submitted with the application on an existing structure.
Okay, Bob?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I support Scott's comment. I had it noted too that we needed to add the single story aspect to that. So Scott made the motion. I'll second that.
All right. All in favor?
Mr. Chair, sorry, I just want to make one comment. Instead of consistent with the plans, I would move that the language be amended to be constructed substantially in accordance with the drawings. That's the typical language that you'd find. So for consistency, thank you.
That's all right.
I am no objection to the input from Jennifer. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
So, through the Chair, it may be the best to handle it. We, again, do have about 23 people in opposition, so we will promote two to three people at a time if you're amenable to that. Once you've heard from the opposition, we will move them back to attendees. Are you good with that format?
Well, it's either that or the other way of doing it is if we can, we let everyone listen or participate. The thing is I don't want to, we as a committee do not need to hear repetitive comments.
So
we can see that there's a strong opposition here and they're all in attendance. Plus we have received a number of written submissions as well. So if there's some way just to handle that, Diane, I don't know. This is the new one here.
There is. So as attendees, they all have the opportunity to listen. That's what the software allows that. It may be appropriate just to quickly pop them in, make sure that they have the opportunity to say their name and convey whether or not some comment has not been said. So we can move them over 2 to 3 at a time. You can hear from them individually, and then hopefully that will address the movement of those individuals. Once they have spoken, we'll move them back to attendees and they will no longer have access to using the microphone and cameras at that time.
Okay, that sounds good. And just so everyone's aware, everything, we are listening closely. Everything is duly noted. So we do not need to hear any repetitive comments in order to keep this moving. Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I was also going to suggest that I personally have read all of the material that has been submitted, including the petition. So as the members or as the people speaking come up, maybe you can mention that we have all read that. That would be great.
Okay, so we will go ahead and start moving them from the top to the bottom. Matthew and Sandy the applicants are and are available to answer any questions as the committee sees fit.
Sure. What we'll do then is we'll just start and we'll hear from all the opposition first, and then that will give the applicant an opportunity to address the comments from the opposition, and then we can move into deliberations. So let's start with the opposition then. So, yeah, Jake.
Perfect. Good morning. Mr. Chair, I've been going around the neighborhood about this issue. I live across the street from this property, and there has been a failure to look at what the impact to the neighborhood has been because of this property. This property was put in without our consent, without our knowledge, privately sold, and we disagree completely that an expansion should be done at this time due to the current control of their residents and how they're taking responsibility. So I have quite a long statement that I'm going to make. There is questions that will be in this statement, and I'll address those questions at the end of it as soon as I'm finished.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I've been in this great neighborhood for almost 7 years. I've been going around the neighborhood to discuss the issue of the expansion that One Roof is applying for. As a community, we all want to say that we support the program and the services and believe that they are needed and are for a good cause. However, that does not mean that an established neighborhood should sacrifice our safety and quality of life. Our issue is that we have experienced a huge negative impact to our community. There are many issues that began with One Roof's doors opening, such as more unwanted foot traffic, drug use, stealing, vandalism, trespassing, damage to property, breaking and entering, and theft. These issues only began 1 year ago once One Roof opened its doors and have done very little to mitigate these issues. There isn't enough responsibility or accountability for these residents, neither One Roof, the city of Kitchener, or the police. One Roof has done very little to control over the current population and do not take responsibility for their guests that they have brought to this neighborhood. These guests are not coming here for a neighborhood barbecue. They are here because One Roof exists. They are 100% the responsibility of this establishment, and we are not seeing that take place. This is our backyard, our neighborhood streets that have been infested with non-resident, temporary resident issues over the last year. It has been a nuisance. It has affected our comfort in the neighborhood. It has a financial impact to our property values, damage, having to put up extra security around our properties, and our quality of life. Mr. Chair, I've reviewed the staff document for 35 Sheldon Ave. It was published on September 5th, 2020. I have a few comments based on that document and its references. Firstly, it mentions that the site must be able to function appropriately and not create any unacceptable impact or on adjacent properties. Having a 3-story building with a walkout basement, 360-degree balconies looking into a neighborhood living room, overwatching their backyards, especially its use and the type of residents that will be using it, will be at-risk youth who do not have the common courtesy nor the care for its neighborhood. This will indeed be an unacceptable impact. The increase in residents, considering the amount of smoke from these residents, both cigarette and marijuana, making the property unbearable. This makes the property unwanted, which devalues the property, having a tremendous impact to its neighbors. How can the city say in the report that it has no impact to its properties? Adjacent properties, I should say. Also, I have to say that these properties are some of the most beautiful properties in the city. They are a twin heritage two-door that the city allowed for one property to take over, basically making the other property completely unwanted. Nobody is going to want to move in next to this place, and it's going to cause unwanted issues. There's already talks of it being sold. And to me, that is just unjust that these properties are going to be turned into, drug-infested problem issues. So as I continue, the study in the neighborhood impact is not studied. So our neighborhood impact hasn't been studied. In none of these documents that have been released, the neighborhood impact was not mentioned at all. You do not consider the neighborhood at all in any of these documents. In this type of residence, the neighborhood impact is absolutely crucial. And the city is not they're not acknowledging and not being accountable for that. The city is just as responsible as One Roof for their guests that are being allowed in such a place to be put there. They support this service and they donate to the house through multiple departments. This document also mentions the residential intensification in established neighborhood study. One of the key priorities of this study when it was brought in was a safe and thriving neighborhood, as well as to ensure new developments is integrated with the diversity and the character of the surrounding areas. I feel like the city has failed greatly on these points. The purpose of this study, the residential intensification and established neighborhood study, was the goal of this study is to develop a clear and fair process for approving projects in the neighborhood while the projects fit with the neighborhood. This does not fit in our neighborhood. It has caused us tremendous impact. And my question to the committee, and sorry to Mr. Chair, is how does this fit in our neighborhood? Please explain how this property fits within our established residential area. Please elaborate why you, as Mr. Chair, believe this is a good fit in a residential area. I do not believe this is a good fit for not only our residential area, but for any residential area because of the impact that the residents bring. How would you feel if this service was moved across the street from your house, from your family and your children, since it can be placed in any residential R3 residential zoning area without notice other than too bad, so sad. This is not the place to be running such a service. It's absolutely appalling the lack of judgment that preceded allowing this property to develop on a heritage property in an established residential area with children, family, and friends. So the other key points I have are, this is a historical property. It is being ruined, even though that the city is doing its best to keep the heritage interest that they believe. How can the city really allow this? The alterations on this heritage property do not seem to be in line with the intent of the heritage building preservation. This is an unwanted eyesore to the property and will change the look that the city is trying to protect, as well will be visible from most angles, as you will be able to see the top floor towering over the house. The amount of drug paraphernalia in the area has increased extraordinarily. Finding it in our own backyards, on our sidewalks, around the church, all of this in the last year. We have children in this neighborhood, children that pick up used paraphernalia asking, "Dad, what's this?" And having to explain what a drug needle is to a 5-year-old because they found it in your own backyard. And how can you explain this to your child? And the number of police incidents since this opening has increased tenfold. We're seeing them 3-4 times a week. So we see overdoses at least 3 or 4 times a month. So this is also very, very, very difficult to explain to children. These are many issues with One Roof and the population that it attracts, and all the responsible parties are not taking the required responsibility, accountability that is required to mitigate these issues that the neighborhood is having. Thus, we disagree with any expansion at this point because they cannot control the current population. There's already issues in place with a small number of people. They only have 9 residents. They're asking to increase from 9 to 30 units, potentially having 9 more. So that is 40 residents, 4 times what they already have. It's absolutely unbearable already. Having 40 people of that type would be an incredible and would just exacerbate the issue. So we want to see more community engagement, new policies, procedures from both One Roof, the city, and the police that have at least a testing period of no shorter than 1 year before this time, before it's affected to an extreme amount of the expansion would only compound the issue. In my opinion, sorry, take a second here. In my opinion, one of the main reasons why bylaws exist is to prevent major disruption and change in dynamic communities. This is why bylaws exist. So my neighbor cannot open a casino or a strip club in his backyard in the middle of a residential community and having to go through this council. There are rules to protect the neighborhoods from exactly what One Roof has already caused and wants to scale up. This council is here to protect our residents, and this type of change and approving this variance and allowing this permit would be a great dereliction of one's duty to the residents of this neighborhood. That we are asking the council to hear our outcry over these issues that have risen from this property and deny this expansion until the responsible parties are able to keep this neighborhood safe, our quality of life preserved and under control. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Jake. All right, who's next? Peter?
It's Jose Drer, Louis Drer, sorry.
Jose?
Yes, hello, good morning, everyone. I'm a neighbor here. I live right next door in the twin house. It's also, this house has been also proposed for heritage property of community. So in support of Jake's statement, I think it was very clear and very extensive in what he presented. But I just wanted to show you an example of what is for us, what's been for us in the last year, and especially in the last 6-7 months since One Roof moved in and started to operate here. So it's been a great impact for us. we've seen a big change in the neighborhood, in the way we live here. So our property has been broken in many times. We've seen people that we don't know coming into our property. Sometimes in a few occasions with even violence when we address to them, and we don't feel safe, honestly. And so as Jake mentioned, nearly daily we feel marijuana smell coming into our side. I don't know from the legal standpoint what is can be done about that, but again, it's not something that we're happy with, and really our quality of life has been going down dramatically since this happened. And as Jake mentioned, we see police very often. I've seen how other houses in the neighborhood, only looking across the parking lot here in the back of the church, how people are jumping over the fences and breaking into other houses. I don't know these people. I can't say if they are residents of One Roof facility, but what I can tell is that this didn't happen before. So we don't feel safe. We don't like how we live, and we see things that I don't think kids under 12-year-old should see in a daily basis, as we see every day here. So just wanted to share my experience. I think these institutions need to exist. These kids need help, but I don't think this is the right way to do it in a community where there are families with kids, and not only because of the kids that are received in this place, but also what happens around. And I talk to neighbors. I see what happens around, and honestly, it's not nice to live in these conditions. So I support what Jake said. I think you saw all the petitions, and you must have received the comments of the neighbors. So just wanted to share my experience of what's happening. I'm right next door, and I hear noises. I feel the smells, etc., etc. So I just wanted to share these, and hopefully there won't be any further development of the building, not only because of heritage reasons or legal or other more formal considerations, but also from the impact that this would have for the neighborhood. That's all. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Duarte. Next one, is that Peter? Who's next?
Denny, I think Peter's next. I apologize. He was on before the past jump.
All right. That's all right. Peter?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to echo Jake's statements. We just don't feel like they're ready for an expansion like this. We see police all the time in our neighborhood. We see ambulance every single day, once a week. We hear screaming every single day coming from that property. We feel like they just really can't handle what they have already. If they only have 9 units now, they want to expand to almost 40. We don't believe that they're ready to do this. And we're deeply opposed to the expansion on that property.
Okay, thank you. Terry? Is Terry next, or?
Yes, Terry's here.
Yep, thanks, Terry.
Hi, I just want thank you. I'd like to thank the, do you see me and hear me, please?
No, we hear you though.
You hear me? Would you like to see me? Let me
don't
just check my video. There we go. Okay.
There we
go.
There we go. Okay.
Good morning. I'm an optometrist, and I have forwarded a letter. Were you in?
Yes. Yes, we're in receipt of the letter, yes. Yeah, it will be formed part of the,
Okay, good. Okay, so I don't want to.
Yeah, no, it was a very good, well-prepared, comprehensive letters.
Okay, so I just don't want to. I don't want to reread my letter, but I would like to thank the Committee of Adjustment. It's a long process. I'll try to be brief. I appreciate the comments from our previous speakers, from Jake and Jose and Peter, and I'd like to express some concerns. We've worked hard and cooperatively with One Roof since their arrival. We support and recognize the need to maintain the health and safety of youth experiencing or those at risk for homelessness. We've had many incidents at our office similar to what's been mentioned already. We've had to call police on several occasions. Our concern is safety. Jake had mentioned that too. Not only does he have young children, but we have young patients who come to our office. There's been many occasions where we've had unfortunate circumstances happen, whether it's intimidation by people walking around in our parking lot. Our patients come in expressing safety concerns. They said, "I don't feel safe with those people in the parking lot." It is technically private property, but they walk through all the time. They express concerns from my staff as well. My staff come in, they say, "I don't think I can leave." We've had to implement a buddy system when people do leave together, so we've kind of compensated for that. But I have other concerns about the considerations with what's happening for safety reasons. I cited one example where we had a young family come in and there was drug paraphernalia lying on our very front porch entering the office. There was a young family coming in that day, and of course that's a big stressor for safety for the children. Again, that's our safety for my staff and children is one of my biggest concerns. The number of it's not just about One Roof. We have other facilities here, as I mentioned. We have a methadone clinic across the street. We have a 290 Sheldon. We have other crisis clinics there as well. And some of the neighborhood has had its challenges. Not only One Roof. Now, to increase the number of at-risk individuals into the neighborhood is going to create new stresses on the system, and what we think unnecessarily. Our neighborhood is basically, doing its part to, bear the load of at-risk individuals from all sorts of walks of life, and we're sensitive to it, and of course we support it. I support it personally, and what we're trying to do is we feel it's fair for other areas of our city to house expansions. I know the crisis center down on 290 Sheldon is also looking to expand and increase its number of units as well. And so these are all concerns about what's going to, come into our backyard too. Now, so our neighborhood, I think at the moment is doing its part to serve our city, and I think it's fair for all parts of the city to share in the responsibility of having trickier situation to deal with and not concentrated so heavily as what is proposed by the by the minor variance. So we don't feel that it's fair to our neighborhood to have to sustain this further. We've tried to deal with things ourselves in the office. Minor things we'll have to tell people sleeping on our front lawn that, hey, can you please move along? We have patients here. This isn't proper. I have to sweep when I come in the morning, I have to do a sweep with a garbage bag to pick up broken beer bottles, liquor bottles, sometimes drug paraphernalia, and just a lot of litter before I come in to make it safe for patients every morning when they enter the office. I don't think that's something I should have to do. I'm not going to call the police because I have to pick up litter. That's not what we're about. We're about working cooperatively with our neighbors and the existing One Roof. I've actually gone over and spoke to the people at One Roof and the management there and asked them, okay, we're having some incidents. How would you like us to proceed? Their advice was simply call the police. Just call the police, call the police, call the police. is what they echoed as far as our response. That's what we should be doing. And if we're doing that on every little thing, it's tricky. And not everybody's willing to talk to these people. I've raised a lot of young teenagers, through good times and bad, and I'm happy to talk. A lot of these are young kids. It's not their fault they're in their situation that they are. I want to work cooperatively with them to help them. I like to move positively in a good direction to help everybody. But if you increase the numbers by adding all these units, there's going to be, we're setting these kids up for failure. If we increase the density of these at-risk people, I'm not a social worker, I'm not a psychiatrist, but I think we're making it a greater challenge for them to succeed. Ultimately, they want to be reintegrated into the community and get out of the streets. And if you're going to have this many people with this many challenges in so close proximity, we're going to create a difficult situation for them to succeed. And so, I support them. I want that to be the message that there's other ways of doing it. And I think there's other locations available to move forward. There are some other concerns regarding for the minor variance. I do get concerned about the parking, and I'm sure there's many staff, counselors, therapists, and other healthcare practitioners that will be present. I know they have, I believe there's 5 parking spaces that they want instead of the 6. I believe that's still going to be insufficient to house the number of people that are going to have to be present at a facility of such magnitude. And the last concern was something to do with the ownership of the house in there too, on 1306 and 1314 King Street East. I know the development on Sheldon is in collaboration with those other 2 properties, and I believe there's ownership that is not through the same as 35 Sheldon, and that seems to be a backward way of proceeding with I don't know if that's a zoning thing or a bylaw thing that's being circumvented to go through a minor variance when you don't have all the ducks in a row in the normal protocol. I don't follow all of the city bylaws and regulatory procedures. I understand the zoning, the MU zoning seems to make sense, but I thought you would have all the ducks in a row differently than approaching it via a minor variance. So those are some of my concerns too. Like I say, the biggest ones for me are safety for my patients and my staff. And the thing I'd like to do is work with council to come up with a cooperative, better solution and a greater risk of I want success for everyone. And I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me, and thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Terry. That was very well said. Thank you. All right, Jim, is he next? Wilkinson? Who's up next, Diana?
Hi, it is Dr. Jim Wilkinson. I'm not sure. Oh, he's just unmuted now.
Okay.
Are we okay?
Yep, there we go.
Okay, well, a lot of what has been said, I can echo and certainly agree with. Just to give you...
I did receive your letter as well, Jim, just so that we do have it on hand and have carefully reviewed it too. So just so you're aware of that.
Perfect. So just a bit of a very brief walking tour of what I would consider kind of our unique location. The church on Sheldon is 2 houses away from the property of interest. Then there's the church parking lot, and then our parking lot, our office is off of King Street. Our parking lot and backyard extends and abuts the property in question, and then finishes up at the church parking lot. So we have a lot of neighbors coming in through the church parking lot, dog walkers and so on, that are using our lot, well, the church lot, then our lot, and then ending up on King Street. We have access from properties on both sides of us, the podiatrist and our lot. And we have grassed backyards. So these are areas of congregation that the neighborhood has used, and they aren't fenced. The only one that's fenced is the new fence that's been put up by One Roof and the property in question, which is fine. And I say this because if we have this openness and this egress to the neighborhood, then we're attracting congregation that we have supported and sort of been good neighbors in doing so. Others have mentioned the drug paraphernalia, et cetera, and we get that. And we understand as citizens of Ontario and Canada, et cetera, and our community, that we have disenfranchised individuals. And just as a profile of our patients, we look after and embrace our responsibility in having those individuals in our community. And we understand that their conditions will sometimes lead to behaviors that exist that are not always desirable, but council and governance understands that those conditions just come with the territory. So we're fine with that. And I think as others have indicated, we are doing and pulling our share of looking after these individuals. And I think that's really important. And so what we're talking about is really the easing of the zoning bylaws, or getting relief, which this committee has to decide, such that if there is a bylaw that is not allowing for building, is there an impact to the neighborhood? And right now, as I understand it, in my document, I talk about sections 54.1, 54.2, and this is language that is familiar to you guys, but not necessarily to us. But if single detached dwellings, multi-purpose lodging houses, are 9 and less, then from what I understand, we're at 17. And then part of the easing or relief from the bylaw talks about having the main floor permitting housing or residential permissions. And so then the second floor is 18, the third floor is 9, and we're not really sure about the basement scenario, but the numbers are getting large. And so then when in the official plan, again, 4C 1.3 states that residential care facilities will be permitted in any land use designation and permits residential uses with taking into consideration the size, scale, types, location, concentration, and residential care facilities may be further regulated by zoning bylaws. So we're wondering about are these minor variances, or could they be considered major variances? And then the site plan is normally that's done beforehand. And from what I understand, the site plan may have a component that talks about doing this after. And then the site buffering measures have to be approved by city directors and planning. And that, of course, speaks to walkways and trees, et cetera. Now, on our property, there are some trees in the back. And I think all of those things need to be considered when we're talking about having these site plans be appropriately addressed, maintained, and fit with the overall plan of this new building that we're talking about. Now, as others have pointed out, I mean, we really have 5 properties right now, 2 on King, and then the methadone clinic, and then the other one on Sheldon. And then we're talking about adding another building. And as Terry pointed out, we have, although the ownership of these, the 2 on King, from what I understand, are not necessarily the same owners. They may be managed by the same individuals, but really the land, as the bylaw talks about, things have to be consolidated with all the lands that front onto King Street, as well as this Sheldon property. If they're not tied together legally, then there is an opportunity to sell one of the pieces by a different company, or maybe an individual owner. And so now all of a sudden the intent of the approval of the site plan and everything really comes into question. And so I think because there is a hold in terms of the regulation at this point, that particular tool, because I don't know whether this committee has the ability to lift the holding provision using a minor variance. So these are questions that are kind of beyond our understanding, but may have implications for the committee moving forward at this point. And I think that's pretty much really all I want to say. And let me just, I guess one other comment, I guess, is the heritage nature of these buildings, along with, if we go a little bit further afield, if I can take a second, and that is the heritage nature of Rockaway Senior Citizens, which is all part of the community, because people do, again, cross our property to head to that area. Now that has heritage designation as well, because of the glass block architecture that's unique to that era and area of Kitchener. So I'm not sure how the heritage piece fits when we're talking about adding a building behind the existing building. And it may not be an impact, I don't know. But we're really talking about the overall flavor of the neighborhood. And I think that if the burden gets too great with the numbers being too high, in the 300% increase, then we're looking at something that is may not be in keeping with the spirit. The minor variation may be a regulatory, possibility, but I'm not sure the spirit of the minor variation is being held up here. And I think the rest of my document speaks to some of the regulatory concerns, which is really beyond what I want to bring forward at this time. So I am done, and thank you, committee. We're working as good citizens.
Thank you, Jim. And Diane, just to confirm, we will consider his letter to be read into the minutes, correct?
That is correct. I have all the written submissions and they have all been listed as interested parties on the application.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right. Who's next? Andrea? Andrea?
Hi there. It's actually Andrea's husband. So Mark.
Okay, Mark.
So good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time. I fully echo and support all the statements made so far in opposition. So I'll keep my statement pretty short, just for the sake of time. Just my main concern here. Before I get to that, I also do want to echo that the youth services I do recognize as an important service for the community. It does a lot of great work. But considering the impact it's had so far with 9 residents so far, and now looking to expand, that's my main concern. So really the variance around that particular increase. So from my perspective, being about a block over from the home currently, is the impact on my young children. I have 2 plus 1 more on the way, and just lately since the home has moved in, just taking walks kind of through the area, through the church and by the property. There's been multiple cases where I've seen with my kids, people that have been passed out on the property and bushes. We've also found drug paraphernalia as well. So again, going back and echoing kind of Jake's sentiment around the impact on children, that's very close and dear to me, and it's very difficult to explain to them. What they're seeing, as well as just the actual danger itself from having used drug paraphernalia in the community, as well as the safety of my property, the associated noise and drug use that's going on. And then of course, the impact on the residential property values is also a consideration from my perspective. So in my opinion, this is proceeding much too quickly, especially with the home being there for only less than a year. The impacts that we're already seeing with a relatively small number of approved residents in that building, and increasing it so rapidly when we're having issues that have been well spoken to already, well brought up. I think it's much too fast to move, and it's much too many people to bring in at this time. And I don't think the neighborhood can really support that particular burden, considering all the points brought up. So that's all I have to say. So thank you for the time.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Okay, Vince.
Vince is not on the call right now.
All right, so we'll drop that one. Nicola.
Hi, do you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello. Yes, I'd like to express my opinion too. I think it's very good to help kids, especially if they're homeless. But I think we put them in a situation when they're actually tempted more than used to be because of the methadone clinic and because of other agencies somehow connected with drugs. What happened even years before, I'll just share some history, when they opened methadone clinic and some other centers. So more drug dealers settled in this territory in our neighborhood. So because everything is close to them, transportation, this methadone clinic, and now they need somebody to hire, to recruit sometimes to sell the drugs, to make money, because drugs are very expensive. So it created, I noticed even before, some infrastructure, criminal infrastructure that impacted not just neighborhood, but also one roof service center. Because when those kids became available, those drug dealers can easily come to them and say, you want some drugs, you want to do something for us, go and sell, go do this, go steal. So just it creates infrastructure that is not helpful, not just, as I said, for neighbors, but for those kids as well. It tempts them, it creates like opportunity for playground for them, criminal playground where they can go and ravage neighborhood properties. Even I am not as close to them, but I saw a few times when those younger kids, they would just walk through the neighbor property of Anya, my neighbor, and sometimes they would walk and just knock stuff down in my backyard, and they would go somewhere else. And pretty much the same faces, because I go sometimes to the Rockaway Garden for a walk and I see those faces. And so just kind of, again, this noise and screaming and yelling, which scares kids in the neighborhood. And I saw just scenes that I don't want even to describe, because like once in the backyard, somebody was trying to do, I don't know, sex or whatever, but it just was a pretty disgusting view. It just, what I think it's the same when we try to eat some too much, we don't have proper digestion. It can hurt us. So when we piled up too much those services in one place, so it doesn't help. It actually creates worse situation. And those kids, impacting those kids even worse than in neighborhood, because we're not helping them. We put them in the place of great temptation. And so it doesn't work out. There is no proper enough control for them. If we increase property, if there will be 40 units instead of existing 9, it makes situation much worse. So I just really beg you to stop, because it's in your ability, in your community. This way you can help neighbors, you can help those kids, and you can the situation at least has to be looked properly, and decision has to be at least postponed for now, because it can really have a bad impact on everybody and everything in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, David or Chris?
I think it's automatic.
No, you're done mute.
Are we there? David or Chris Stellard?
My apologies, Denny. He's not on the call right now, and I'm just trying to deal with some other matter as well.
Okay. Sven? Ben?
Yes, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say that I'm not here as an outraged or an angry resident, but as a concerned and compassionate person for the troubled youth. To those who know me, know that I give my time until I get these bags under my eyes and I burn myself out. I've helped build homes for Habitat for Humanity. I deliver Christmas hampers every year for House of Friendship. I help bring a team together to cook meals at the Ray of Hope, and I continuously foster for the Kitchener Humane Society. Believe me when I say I stand for helping these youth, and I know from experience that the decision to build this building is not in the interest of this youth. Crowding together too many of them will not give the attention to each one that deserves it. Everybody who has children knows that we constantly strive towards having smaller class sizes. The reason is for individual attention. There's a clear lack of attention with the size of youth that is already present. Why increase it? Even in farming, we're realizing smaller is better. Why are we creating this cash cow with a revolving door policy, an oversized, overcrowded chicken coop for the youth who need the help they deserve, but can't get because they're forgotten in a faceless sea of hate in this neighborhood? Setting up such a large facility will foster anger, resentment, and hatefulness from the current residents to the youth. Due to many of the reasons that you've heard from the residents in here, residents will not give the youth a chance to become part of the community that they so desperately need. This is a community that has shut down their street to have a neighborhood-wide street party and barbecue. Do you think that this will happen again if the residents are outnumbered by what they consider dangerous youth and drug dealers? Having only a few youth in the neighborhood will make the residents feel safe enough to invite them to become part of the community, something that these youth require as part of their healing process. Please decline the decision to build this building and taking away any chance that the youth have of building a healthy, meaningful, and long-term relationship with the community. Keep the size small as it is now, so each youth can get the individual attention it requires. If you won't decline the decision, I beg you at least to delay it. For one reason, according to the land registry system data, 23% of the residents in this community are above the age of 75. I mean no disrespect when I say statistically, most of these will not have access to using Zoom or will not be able to use Zoom. I had a meeting just last week full of tech-savvy people that had trouble joining Zoom, muting themselves, unmuting themselves, disconnecting. After an hour of trying, it was simply canceled. This is not the platform to make a decision like this. This meeting should be in person, where every resident has a chance to voice their concern. On top of that, the residents have not been notified properly about this. There was no mail delivered about this. There were no flyers sent out. The sign that they had set up was hidden behind a tree. I drive past it twice a day, every day, and did not notice it until somebody had pointed it out to me. Most of these people on this call did not know about this until the end of last week. I know one person on this call did not know about this until yesterday. And I just texted another one who said she could not get on this call because she did not get the invite email in time for this. How many more residents are not able to voice their concern about this? It is very clear that One Roof is taking advantage of COVID right now, while people are distracted worrying about their jobs, about their health, about their lives and their loved ones, and trying to push this through while nobody notices. Please, if you won't decline it, at least delay this decision until all affected residents, businesses, and community members have had a chance to process this information and have the ability to speak either for or against this decision in person, via email, phone call, or physical mail. I'd also like to note the historic significance of these two buildings. On the University of Waterloo website, there is a photo, an aerial photo taken in 1945 of the area, showing when it was only King Street and a bunch of farms around. And yet these two buildings were there with established trees around them. These are beautiful buildings. When I first moved into the neighborhood, I set it my goal to own a house like that. And I was jealous that I couldn't live in that one instead. And yet to see that these kids are potentially destroying this home and turning it into something that cannot be used for historic purposes ever again is such a shame that I don't even know the words to describe this. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair. And I hope you seriously consider this decision that cannot be reversed once made for the future of this great neighborhood in our city. Thank you.
Thanks, Van. Okay, Mark. Hummel. You there, Mark?
I am. My concerns are echoed by what you've heard already. Okay. I've been a resident here for 12 years. I have small kids. I have been witness and heard the same stories that you've heard from the others. It's easy to sit back and when you live in a different neighborhood and say, this is a great idea. This is great for children. You're not the ones that are seeing this on a day-to-day basis, that are afraid to go for walks. Your kids are finding drug paraphernalia in a park that we used to go to all the time. It has been a big stressor on the neighborhood. We've had friends move out of the neighborhood because they feel unsafe now.
Right.
My concerns are echoed by what you've heard already.
Okay, thanks, Mark. And believe me, we are listening very closely. Okay, Jean?
Hi, Danny. Jean is not currently on the call either. We will have to address a couple people at the end that we don't know who they are. So just bear with us once you get to the bottom of the list and we'll confirm.
Peter? Peter? Is Peter on, Diana?
Sorry, we're not sure about Peter Mass either at this moment.
Okay. Skip that. Marina?
Yes, I'm here.
There we go.
Okay. Yes, so same thing, I'm very concerned for safety, and I just wanted to say that I'm kind of very nervous to speak like this to the public and online, but I'm just so much more afraid of what could happen if this application was to pass through and what kind of a hell really our lives would turn into, that I really feel a need to bring this up to attention and speak up. I also want to say that 9 is already bad enough that you can see how much stress it's causing to the neighborhood. If they increase it, for example, to 40 units, it will not go just 4 times worse. It will go worse exponentially, exactly again, because of the methadone clinic being there, the rec center for, like homeless, drug addicted people being there. We have a plaza on Ottawa Street where bikers constantly hang out. Again, it's a drug traffic will increase and drug use. And this is really, this will not help community or the children, the youth at that shelter. It will make things worse for the youth at the shelter and for local people who live around. Also, such a huge number of people, such a huge cluster of troubled youth all together, indeed, it will make it impossible for them to adapt to normal life, because it's one thing if you have, 3 or 5 people living in the house and they're surrounded by community, they have so much better chance to adapt. But when it's, like 40, 80, 100 of them together, even if they want, even if they try to get a better life for themselves, just because of all this negative surrounding, it will be impossible. So instead of helping that youth, really, it's a breeding ground that is created for more problem, for more trouble, more drugs, and it will affect community very negatively. Also, the danger is, as many people noticed, there are young children. So, you go on a walk with your young children, they see all this nuisance, people dragged out, passed out, syringes. And if they see it on an everyday basis, no matter, children don't always listen to their families, to their adults. Even if you tell them drugs are bad, don't do it. If they see it as on everyday basis as a normal part of life, it's a higher chance for them to also get into that. And also all that drug used to spread onto them. So we would only create more people with problems if this was to be approved. So this is really concerning. And so far, only with 9 units there, I have to admit, I do not feel safe. Like, for example, okay, during the day I might go on a walk, but in the evening I would not even feel safe to go on a walk. And I think this is really unfair and unjust, and it should not be that, like, we live in Canada, it's one of the safest countries in the world. So if a young woman does not feel safe to go out in the evening for a walk on her own, this is really an indicator that something is just not right, and safety standards are not met. And so I also had no idea about all of this. I also know that some people in the neighborhood are still unaware of this potentially happening. What else did I want to say? So I only found out last week, and even since then, all of this have not even happened yet. And just thinking that of this idea that this is something could happen is a very serious, like, I've been so stressed just thinking that this could be possible, because this is really terrifying. And I'm afraid for myself and for the neighbors to be affected by all this. Right now, I think we do not have enough protection from the police and the city in terms of safety in regard to this matter. And really, the entire neighborhood, the lives of people would turn into hell if this was to happen. And I beg you not to approve it, to protect and care for the people who already live in this family-friendly neighborhood, and because of the people who need the services of organizations like One Roof who need help, it also will not be a healthy environment for them to live in such building where so many of them packed so densely. Thank you.
Thanks, Irina. You did a good job. Okay, Stephanie? You're muted. There you go.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Thanks for taking the time to hear everybody out. Clearly, you can hear that this is something that's causing a lot of anxiety for people in our neighborhood. I will say I bring a little bit of a different perspective to this because I grew up in that neighborhood. I'm 30 years old now, and I've just moved out of the neighborhood, but my parents, this is my mom, Sonia, my parents still live there. They raised us there. They've lived there for 34 years. Never in my life have I felt afraid to get out of my car in my driveway and walk to through my own backyard to my back door and to enter my house. The last straw for me was seeing evidence of someone using intravenous drugs on our private patio table in our backyard and leaving our gate open, meaning that any of us could have come out of our house at any point to encounter that. I want to echo what everyone else has said in that I do know that shelters are very necessary. No one is asking for the shelter as it is now to close. I was the first to say when we heard about it being built at the beginning, let's give this the benefit of the doubt. If we're inviting these kids into our neighborhood and they're going to have a safe place to stay, maybe they're going to respect the neighborhood and maybe they're going to want to be a part of the community. But it's just, you don't know what people are dealing with, and there are a lot of potential issues that lead to people being homeless to begin with. And it's been made clear that this is not, there's no respect for the community. And that's what's really sad to me, is that we would have welcomed this with open arms, and that's what our community does, but it's no longer at a point where we can do that. So I really feel that expanding this and bringing even more people into the area is just going to destroy what we have tried to build as a community. The quality of our neighborhood we've already seen since this shelter opened in March, we've already seen a major decline. Personally, I walk regularly, and I question now the safety of that as I walk by, whether it's down Sheldon or by Rockaway Gardens, which is normally a very beautiful space in our community, where you now see congregations of 10 kids laying in a group, openly using drugs. There's kids walking by that are, again, like everyone else has mentioned, what's that? And they shouldn't be exposed to that in a public place. And then not to mention, there's a garbage can 10 feet away, but there's a pile of garbage left every time I've seen the kids from the shelter in Rockaway Gardens, and the staff at Rockaway Gardens then need to clean that up, and that doesn't seem right either. There are also there's a street, Delta Street, which is beside Rockaway Gardens near the golf course, that is being closed to traffic. This is the worst possible idea that I have heard. I was appalled when I saw that is being considered to be closed to traffic and turned into some sort of trail or green space. There's already people sleeping in tents along that stretch. There are abandoned shopping carts. I've seen people just flat out passed out on the side of the grass there. So much accumulation of garbage. People are storing their belongings there. No one in the community is going to want to walk through there if that's what that turns into, and if that becomes a spillover for the shelter, which is what it seems like it may have. It's all coincided. So I mean, it's impossible to say, is it actually connected? But it's all coincided with the opening of the shelter. So we have to make that assumption. So once we found the evidence of drug paraphernalia in our backyard, I called the police, the non-emergency police line, to see if they had any suggestions, if they had been in touch with the shelter, what could be done about this. And they basically said there's nothing they can do because it's too far gone. We need to install security cameras. We need to install locked gates, sensor lights, things that we have never had to think about before. So then I'm asking, is the city, even if the shelter doesn't expand, is the city willing to compensate homeowners in the area somehow to help us protect our homes? Because that would make everyone, I think, feel a lot more comfortable in terms of the existing size of the shelter, is if we were given some support and some respect from the city in terms of helping us prepare our homes, that we do feel more comfortable. It's worth noting as well. So as someone else mentioned, it's not just the 9 residents of the shelter that are in the area hanging out. There are so many new faces in the neighborhood wandering around, hanging out, just doing whatever they're doing. And it's going, if you increase the residents that are actually in the shelter, you're going to see a drastic increase in activity, whether that's drug related, whether it's just potential looking into properties, seeing when there's an opportunity to enter a private property and commit theft or anything like that. That's going to drastically increase, and it won't just be the 40 residents, it will be potentially hundreds of people. I don't know how the city expects one neighborhood to take all of this on. It's not fair, not only that we are being expected to even entertain this, but it is also not fair that we were not even notified as people who live 2 streets away from the shelter when the shelter was being built to begin with. And from what we have heard, only because a neighbor who was very resourceful came to tell us about the proposed expansion, we heard that only 2 or 3 houses on Sheldon Street were even notified that there was a proposed expansion. And that just seems like a drastic lack of respect on behalf of the city towards the people of this community. It's, to me, in my opinion, if there's going to be a larger shelter, which I will say, I do have to agree with some of the other speakers that, to me, concentrating a bunch of people who are trying to get themselves out of more challenging situations and maybe become members of the community, expanding does not seem like it makes sense, not on one site and not in a residential neighborhood. Could a shelter be proposed in a more commercial neighborhood where there's less opportunity for people to come onto private properties? To me, that would make much more sense. I lived in Toronto for a little while, and that was what you saw. You could live on your private residential street and not have any issues, but you see in a commercial area, there's a shelter, but it does remain relatively concentrated in that area, and it doesn't tend to affect the more residential areas. Like I said, I've lived in that house for 30 years, and I have never been afraid to be in my own neighborhood. Now, we all know it's not the most perfect neighborhood. There are certain areas that are of a little concern, but even with the methadone clinic, for example, we personally have not seen any issues from that. It's all been since the One Roof shelter has opened. And like I said, we would be definitely willing to learn to coexist with the current size of the shelter. No one is saying shut it down. We are just asking that it not be allowed to expand. And furthermore, I think there should also be some rules in place from what we've been told is that, the shelter staff have no control over the residents when they're not on the property. But how about some rules or consequences in place for if you are caught on someone's security camera in their private property, you have some sort of consequence. To me, it is not acceptable that the shelter, who supposedly wants to help these youth, is not willing to take some responsibility and try to encourage the youth to want to be good members of our community. It's just a wash your hands of it. We're not responsible when they're out in the community. And that's not a way to help people also. Like I said, we're not asking the shelter to close. We were willing to welcome people into our community, but the way that it's been managed and the way that we've seen these drastic things, it's not acceptable to even entertain allowing it to expand. I will say as well that when I did contact the police about this issue, they basically said to just expect a lot more trouble to come, which is, and that was before this expansion was even talked about. So I just think this is something that the city needs to really think about the people in this community. And do you want to have such a negative impact on those of us who live there? So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Stephanie. Thanks. And I guess that pretty much echoes everything for your mom. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Nicola?
Benny, she's not on the call right now.
Okay. Anna Duran?
Yes, hello everyone.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Anna. I'm a neighbor on 61 Sheldon. Basically, I've been living here for only 2 months, and I have 2 children. They are teenagers, 13 and 15. And we've experienced a lot of break-ins, trespassing, drunk people or drugged people sleeping on my property. One homeless person actually got into my shed and was living there. And I see people naked changing on the property next to me. It's a church property right from my windows, and my kids see it as well. I found a lot of litter and syringes and garbage on my property, as my property fence with church is open at this moment. So people who walks from church just enter my property and into the backyard. I've had homeless people threatening my neighbor before I moved, who was trying to just keep an eye on my property while we were moving. And he was actually chased after and threatened by this homeless person, said that he will come back. He knows where he lives and he will come back. I don't think it's acceptable. And also, in support of everything that was said, I also want to emphasize the fact that One Roof has not properly notified us, the residents of this community. And it seems like they were trying quietly get the relief on zoning, and many residents on my street. It appears that they tried to quietly push it without us knowing. In addition, also, the current zoning allows only up to 9 residents. And that is not a minor variance to have doubled that at 18, as is currently the case. And that One Roof has created the 18-unit resident without even getting approval from the Committee of Adjustment. We all agree that our troubled and homeless youth need safe outlets to recoup and recover, but not at the risk of the people in our community. It is not our job to make sure harm does not come to our property or ourselves. And we believe that One Roof and committee should consider that before going through with this. After all, why should they become our responsibility once they step off one property, a One Roof property? Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Okay, Derek?
Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, Derek.
You're going to hear this over and over and over again, and I'm not going to say the same thing everyone else has said. It's a safety concern in our neighborhood, and I would like everyone to reevaluate the situation here. It's bad. My friends that live immediately across from me and beside me have young children, and I feel unsafe for them going outside, especially after dark. Like, even during the day, you hear people screaming. I get a little bit shaky myself when I go to the store. My wife asked me to put locks on the gates. I've got surveillances around my house now. It's not a good thing. I'm going to keep it short and simple. We shouldn't allow this to proceed. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thanks, Derek. And Diane, there we go.
Hi, my name is Ann Welch. Most of the speakers that you had so far live really, really close to the property in question. I live 2 blocks away. So I live on Charles Street. So I'm a block across King and then a block towards Ottawa. And our neighborhood is also being impacted. And just so that you understand the connection where I live to the property, it was on Sunday night, my next door neighbor met one of Anna walking her dog. So, I mean, we still, even though we have to cross King Street, we're part of this neighborhood.
Yeah.
And everything that's going on in that neighborhood is also falling back onto Charles Street. And that most people have talked about the connection with the methadone. What they don't understand is that there are 2 methadone clinics, one a block apart. One's directly across the street from my home. And that one of the issues that I'm seeing here is that One Roof is trying to be everything to everybody. It's a walk-in for transient use, and now it wants to be a permanent residential as well. And I think the two objectives there are colliding, and the real fallout is coming because they can't decide what they want to be, and they're stretching their resources way too far, and this mess is being created. And a perfect example of that is the property on King Street isn't owned by them, and so they're trying to put puzzle pieces together that aren't working, and there is a great risk that one of those properties on King Street will actually be sold if One Roof needs financing, and that to do this project and everything. And that on Charles Street, when this walk-in transient group is serviced mainly with food and backpacks and everything, this is where the kids are told to leave the property, get off the property around that location. They fall back to Charles, to Rockaway, and in particular, the former Siegmiller building is being occupied by most of them overnight. I've personally had to call the police 3 times because the front door has been kicked in. I've talked to the police officers. They say the present owner of that property doesn't care. And so the kids are allowed to just be a free-for-all. We've had 3 fires this summer, and I think that it's going to continue to escalate as it gets colder. And that everything that has already been said, I'm 100% agreement with, but I just want you to know that it's not just affecting that particular block. There is a big fallout across blocks, all the way to Rockaway, all the way up to I would say Ottawa and Charles, and it's just become a situation where my backyard was raided one night. I now have to lock all my gates. I use a flashlight if I have to go out into my yard at night to make sure that there is nobody creeping around. I've met somebody that tried to build a little house in my back driveway, and the only reason the dog told me he was there, and I tried to stay as calm as possible. I told him he couldn't stay there. He was upsetting the dog. He asked for water. I gave him water, but told him he had to leave. But what would have happened had that turned and he'd become aggressive towards me? And I've lived in this home for 38 years. I feel that I know this neighborhood, and it's not what it used to be. And it's really at a crisis point now. And I think that you really need to address the transient portion of what One Roof is doing. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Christina?
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, committee. Good morning, neighbors and community members. I just wanted to echo again everyone's experiences. I've been listening the whole time, and the fact that almost every single person has echoed some very, very similar trending topics, I think really speaks to our experience. I want to just express the fact that we have similar experiences, but also provide some color and some details to those. I have lived in Eastwood neighborhood since December 2018. Before moving to Eastwood, my partner and I actually lived downtown Kitchener, right beside City Hall, for 5 years. Throughout those 5 years, we've gotten to know and we're accustomed to and had direct experiences with underprivileged people, homeless population, and the transient downtown population. And I have to say, since we've lived here and One Roof has been here, I've experienced actually much more situations where I felt in danger and where I've had a lot more concerns. We've personally experienced stolen property, intimidation, safety concerns, an increase of drug paraphernalia on the ground, which others have echoed, which has kind of changed our position on One Roof. Initially, we were in support of them, and unfortunately, through our experiences, since opening, because they've gotten significantly worse, we've then living downtown. We've change that position. On their opening weekend, we actually had to call and file 2 separate police reports, once for stolen property of upwards of $800 in value. After calling the police report, we were told that there wasn't a lot they could do, even though we had camera footage, because their experiences were that, there wasn't a lot they could do in those situations. Working with shelters. When we pressed One Roof for help, at first they denied that they knew the person, even though we had sent them the camera footage. And then later they identified the property on their facility. When we pressed One Roof for help, like I said, at first they were reluctant, and then, thankfully we were able to recover that property. The second time we filed a police report for we filed the police report for being followed by a resident of One Roof into our fenced backyard while I was holding my 3-month-old child. So this person had come onto my property. I had asked them to leave, and then they followed me as I tried to get back into my house. Like I said, in all the years I lived downtown, I've never experienced this type of harassment or this type of safety concern. Actually, yesterday, as we were standing on the sidewalk on Sheldon speaking with a neighbor about an incident where someone from One Roof was seen placing something underneath their bushes. I was on a walk with my 7-month-old son. A man came out of One Roof, passed us on the other side of the street and started yelling. I don't want to quote it because it's a little obscene. And then he had come back 3 more times to yell at us as he walked away from the shelter. This is not only harassment, but it's an extreme safety concern involving an infant. Staff patrolling as per their mandate every 2 to 3 hours outside of the premises doesn't address this type of behavior. It doesn't prevent this type of incidents, and it doesn't build confidence in the abilities of One Roof as our neighbor and in their plans for expansion. I could go into detail about those zoning bylaws and the variants, but you've heard enough of that already, so I'm not going to get too much into that. But I feel like there's ways we can address these issues with the current size of residents and the current number of staff, and they haven't been addressed. I echo some of sort of the ideas proposed by my other neighbors, and I hope that we're able to work with One Roof that way. I know the purpose of this committee, though, is to talk about the variants. In relation to those, I think you've heard enough about the fact that we're not able to handle the population that we have right now from One Roof, and I think the expansion is insane to increase it to that amount of people and not have any sort of safety precautions in place. We do urge the committee to not approve the variance until One Roof can better address these the resource strain that they have to upkeep the noise, to make sure that the residents and the staff the residents of the neighborhood, the residents of One Roof and the staff are all safe, and that we all live in a respected and responsible environment. If these concerns aren't addressed and the approval for variance is passed as is, I can't imagine what it's going to look like the next 5 years. The harassment, the inability to resolve conflicts that we currently have is just, like another resident said, will increase exponentially. The effect on the young children in our neighborhood who will be at that point, I know a lot of neighbors that are, either pregnant or they have young children. Those children in the next 5 years will be that much older, and will be in direct contact with some of these incidents rather than being, even on walks with their parents. If One Roof is not able to provide the staff time and investment in the lives of not just the youth and young adults that that reside within their facility, but towards the community, they're overextending their resources and underserving an already underserved community, in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Kurt? Kurt's not on, Diana?
Sorry, he's not, and he
That's
is
fine.
he was
Patricia?
the partner of
Okay, all right. Patricia?
Hi, I just came on muted now.
Yeah.
I have just actually figured out everything that's gone on
Mm-hmm.
lately. Because I didn't know or understand. I quickly emailed something off yesterday in bullet points, just a few of the things I've been observing. So basically, with increasing frequency, when I come home to my husband, I keep saying, you know, things are worse. This is happening. This is happening. I'm seeing this regarding homeless people, panhandling, especially like if you go to get gas at Pioneer, or if you go to the store in the evening, Dairy Queen or whatever. I mean, we already have the whole motorcycle gangs. It's already been stated down at Tim Hortons when you go for a walk. But now we have the increased concentration of youth. At first, I thought some of the things I was seeing with the parking all the way down Sheldon Street was because of the construction on Weber, but that's not the case. And I shouldn't have to be like an investigator of, once I started trying to read, as somebody already stated, they sign up about the variance that was just up for a short time, is that is playing CSI to find out that this is what's going on. And then when I was looking at the sign, I actually saw the sign of one roof. And from there and there, I started figuring out why I'm hearing people having breakdowns. I don't know if it's mental health or if it's drugs or what, but you know, our dogs have an increasing frequency of barking. They're our alarm system. And when we go out, you know, though you look out to see, and that's what the issue is. The night I was finally pulled over to see the sign, because when you're heading towards King Street on Sheldon, you weren't able to read it. So I actually had to be coming down the other way. And that particular evening, I was reminded to stop to look at the sign because it's a dark street and there were people congregated on the road. And while I was pulled over to take a photo of the variance sign so I could look it up and see what's going on, there was a person with their pants down, literally going down the street with their bottom exposed, standing up. And by this time I just left and went back the next day to explore the sign. But as people have already mentioned, the syringes, the noise, panhandling, it's not comfortable to get out of your vehicle when you know that you're going to be approached by two people. Last evening, it was another person out front, and they're not quiet. There's a lot of profanity. And I wish I had more time to put my thoughts and ideas together. I've heard a lot of really smart, logical comments made, but right now there's been no public meeting. We weren't aware of all of this. This is a very, very small neighborhood. I'm not sure if I live in Rockwood or Eastwood. I'm just on Edmund, which is the street that just runs right off of Sheldon. And we're only from Ottawa, Weber, down to Montgomery, like the highway and King. And there is so much concentration of businesses and seniors. I worry about when the Rockway Center reopens to all the seniors with the new mix in our population, on how comfortable or at risk they will be. They're an at-risk population too. And we're already adding and adding and adding to just such a small amount of people. I am a responsible citizen and Canadian. I mean, I am a grandparent now. I have my grandson who's transgender, his partner, and their baby and their dog. And I'm doing my best to teach them to be responsible young adults. And they are doing a great job. And I worry for them. I worry, you know, like I have foster teens. These are not kids that you normally see. These are not at-risk youth. They're actually youth who are in full-blown crisis. And there's a big difference when we're sitting here saying over and over again that these youth are at risk. They're not at risk. They are out there naked. They're yelling. They're screaming. They're having fights with people in their head because they're paranoid and they're having delusions. It's not safe. And I guess my point is that I wasn't even aware of the expansion until I got the stuff for the meeting, is that I really encourage that we have some more public meetings. Right now, we do not have control over the situation for expanding 4.5 times. And as other people have mentioned, it's that the drop-in center, it's just everything in this little tiny area. And I just wish that I had more time before coming to talk to you, so I would have been more organized.
That's all right. You said a lot, Patricia. I think we get the point.
Yeah, it gets just really scary.
Yeah, no, I understand anyways. I'm sure my colleagues do too.
Okay, and I just wanted to say is that earlier the podiatrist clinic is on, and I've had 2 appointments there, well, several appointments there, and they are there during the day. And what he's saying is absolutely correct. They are in their parking lot and everything. And that's the 2 times I went there. I don't know about the rest, but thank you for hearing me on such short notice. And I'm glad you're listening.
Thank you. Okay, Jennifer, I think that's the last one.
Hi there, thank you. I can't disagree with anything that I've been hearing about sort of the decline in our community. I can't say that I've been as directly affected as some of my neighbors have, but I'm also on Edmund and I'm further down the road. But having a neighbor walk by on Saturday and say, hey, did you hear about this? And I had not heard anything and had a notification is really just echoing what others have said. But all of a sudden everything fell into place. And I went, well, that's why everything feels different and has been declining fairly rapidly. And I have a 70-year-old mother that lives with me and takes her dog on a walk at night by herself. And there's some nights that she comes home and she goes, I didn't feel so comfortable tonight. The sun was setting earlier and it's just completely uncomfortable. And to have been here for 6 years and seen younger families come into our community, I've been really excited about the revitalization that has been happening in our community. And I just feel like now it's starting to feel unsafe for those to be in our neighborhood. And it's been, as our previous member has said, a really quiet, insulated community other than sort of the influx in the last couple of years, which I've been finding really disappointing. And I had a very, very, very bad singular neighbor next door that I had to call the police on many times. So I truly empathize with my community members who are experiencing things on a daily basis. And I cannot even imagine dealing with the number of people that they have directly to them right now, never mind what this expansion could infer. So I think enough has been said. So I thank you so much for your time. I think you certainly understand the sentiments of where everyone's coming from.
Yeah, sure do. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Okay, I think what we'll do at this point, I've got a couple of questions for staff.
I don't mean to interject, but there are 2 attendees on the call that we haven't been able to identify yet. So there is a phone caller with the extension 788, last 3 digits. Are you here for this application? The phone caller, you would have to press *6 to unmute. I'm also looking for clarification.
It's Vince. It's Vince.
Oh, hi, Vince. Hello, how are you?
Okay, great. Thank you. I echo everything that has been said over the last hour. I think the takeaway for you will be to see how united the community is, how engaged the community is. And I'll just make a reference to 2 or 3 years ago, one of our street parties, we had the mayor attend. And he commented that this is the kind of community that he would love to see, community spirit, he would love to see throughout Kitchener. So I think you've heard some great stories, genuine stories, and the passion that our neighborhood, our community neighbors have towards this cause. So I'll leave it at that. Enough said, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vince.
There is a caller currently listed as HSRD. Can you please confirm whether you're here for this application or not?
Hi.
Yes.
Can you hear me? This is Hazel Sheard. I live on Rosedale, which is just around the corner. Yeah. I'm not going to repeat everything that everybody said, but I do agree with everything that's been said. My concern is in looking at the actual plans for this particular expansion, from what I understand, they're going to be like a shipping container, which are going to be stacked on top of each other, so 3 floors. Now, I'm just looking, and maybe I am wrong in this, but in section 5 of general regulations for bylaw December 17, 2018, bylaw 85-1, section 5.2, frontage on a street. It reads, no lot shall have built upon it a building for any purpose in any zone unless the lot abuts a street. Now, I do recognize that this lot does abut a street, but the actual heritage house itself, if you look at the house from the street, there is a garage on the right-hand side, which means there is not a lot of access to the backyard. If this building goes ahead, and if there is a fire, how will the emergency services get to that building? There's another thing that states, which I looked up from fire regulation, and it is saying that when we do new buildings, there must be emergency vehicle access. The only way that you can get emergency vehicle access onto this lot is to come up off King through Dr. Wilkinson and Dr. Runstedler's property to get to the back through a fence to get to the building. So are you going to tell me that we are going to put youth into a 3-story building to which we do not have correct emergency access? There is 1 fire hydrant on King Street East, which is outside of 1314 King East, I believe. And 1 roof has constructed or erected like a wooden pathway that goes to their backyard. How are we going to deal with this? As we've seen in Quebec, there's been lots of fires in old people's homes, seniors' homes. So we're going to put 14 at-risk people on that lot, and there's no emergency access to it. Also, too, in the statement, I believe it was put in by the people who are putting this together, if 1 roof decides to install sprinklers, why haven't you already said you're going to install sprinklers? You would think that that would be an immediate thing, especially with youth in a care facility. So we have to talk to engineers. Is that going to make any difference? Are we going to ask for a different variance? So that's my concern. I echo everything that my neighbors have said. We're a very unique little community here. We all look after each other. So that's my concern. So the frontage on the street, how are you going to get fire rescue in there? And just the 1 hose, because you're going to be having to go over other people's properties, and I don't think that's correct. Just something to look at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Hazel. If you would like to be noted as an interested party in this application, I do need you to email me your name and contact information. Otherwise, you will not receive a decision at this time.
It's okay. I'm Vince's wife.
Okay, wonderful. Kitchener 2, are you here for this application?
Hello?
Hi. Are you here for this application?
Yes, we're here. We're the podiatrist office on King Street, Dr. Roth, and just been listening in, and thanks for listening. And we wholeheartedly agree with what everybody is saying here. We've also had the many problems that Dr. Runstedler has had next door.
Okay.
So that's all we have to say.
Thank you. I just need to confirm that everybody has spoken that has registered. That's wonderful. Thank you. Debbie, the floor is yours.
Okay. Like I was saying before, I think what I'm going to do, I've just got a couple quick questions. I think then what we'll do is I'll hand it over to the members who can ask questions, and then the applicant can close out. So, Julianne, quick question for you. 2 questions, actually. First off, do we even have, as a committee, do we have the power when there's a holding provision that was put in place by council? Why is this coming to us to us as Committee of Adjustment? Should that not be released by council? This isn't even the appropriate floor for this.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're correct in saying that, lifting of a variance is a council thing, but I believe the variance is not asking for it to be lifted. I have Garrett Stevenson also on the call, who is the author of the report and who has more intimate knowledge and familiarity with what is being proposed at One Roof. If you would like, I would ask him at this time to join the conversation.
Sure.
Thank you, Julian. Through the chair, in response to your question, the holding provision is a regulation in the zoning bylaw. So a variance was requested to that, and I considered the 4 tests, which would be considered for any minor variance. What's important to note for this particular property is while they are in different ownership, they have been reviewed through a previous site plan approval process in order to function comprehensively. And they're currently bound together with an off-site parking agreement that's registered on title. I did hear some of the delegations express concern about if one property was sold, would they continue to function together? The wording of the off-site parking agreement in the Section 41 agreement would require that alternative parking arrangements would have to be provided to the city to our satisfaction before we would release that provision. So while the properties are in separate ownership, and I would defer to Sandy to advise on the business model and the financial reasonings behind that, but the intent of the holding provision, in my opinion, is met because they are comprehensively developed together and they are bound together with a development agreement. The reason the variance I think is appropriate is that the use that we're requesting, or that was requested that I'm recommending, is for a residential care facility over 9 residents. So the balance of the remaining uses, there's 30 or so in the mixed use corridor 2 zone. This variance would not permit all of those commercial uses without consolidating on King. The variance request is specific to a residential care facility for more than 9 residents.
So what's the difference between residential care facility and lodging house?
So a lodging house is defined differently in the zoning bylaw, and the lodging house is when we have 4 or more unrelated people that share communal space. So the way I always describe it for clarity is if you have 4 people renting bedrooms and they share a kitchen and a living space. So they have their individual pieces of it, but it's an overall shared living accommodation. A residential care facility is an institutional residential arrangement where the residents, by nature of either impairment, disability, that they have to live in a supportive environment and that there's support systems available to them. So a lodging house is more of a shared rental accommodation. A residential care facility is where there's residential supports and supports for residents living within it.
Okay. All right. Question for the applicant. How many residents are on site now?
I believe that would be a Sandy question. She can speak more to her services that she has at this time.
Sandy?
Yeah, we have an 18-bed co-ed shelter, and then we have drop-in services available to the youth in the region. According to regional data, there's approximately 50 homeless young people in our region in total. And we used to share responsibility for their care with Argus residents in Cambridge. They had a 20-bed facility, we had an 18-bed, but as of August of this year, Argus residents has closed down. So now full responsibility for sheltering and supporting these 50 youth lies with us. And so the number of youth coming to us is not going to increase by this project. It's just going to sustain what we have coming to us now.
Why did they shut down? Because of funding constraints?
They decided to revise their mission and move to a group home setting. Yeah, and largely due to funding issues.
Funding issues. Okay, where's the funding achieved through? Is that a provincial funding or regional funding?
So we receive regional funding for our shelter, and then our other programs and facilities, our funding comes through grant writing, community donations, and sometimes different levels of government offer calls for proposal that we are able to apply to, but generally they're annualized. So we rely heavily on the community for our support, and we've been in this community for over 30 years doing this work.
Right, I'm familiar with it. Do you have a safety, security person on site?
We have, So when we moved over to Sheldon. We purchased Sheldon and the 2 King Street properties in March, we moved over there in March of 2020. So we haven't been there a year yet. And we put in an extensive security system, upwards of $60,000 worth of security equipment, so that we could.
Do you actually have a security person, though, is what I was wondering. Not just.
No, we don't have a security guard on site.
Security person on
No.
site to deal with any issues that would arise on or off site. Okay. All right, just curious about that. The other thing too that I found a little confusing is the site plan that was submitted in the application shows 7 parking spots, but you're only asking for 5, so that's not consistent with the application. What's going on there?
Yeah, that's for us, or Garrett can answer that. The original layout that we had was 5 when we submitted the application, and when we reworked it with the architect, we were able to find 7. So the minor variance for parking is not needed. We meet the parking requirements with actually an extra.
So you don't need so we don't need the app or the minor variance in regarding parking. So then that could actually come out. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so then the application would have to be revised to remove the parking. Okay. All right. And question for staff, they have 18 people on site now, or is it? Can you maybe clarify it? Because I'm to understand they're only allowed 9. How is that happening?
Yes, so there are 2 properties. So the way that the arrangement was set up at the time of the site plan approvals was that the administrative functions and office functions and eating was at 35 Sheldon, and then the accommodation was within the buildings on King Street. So the properties on King Street, there is no restriction to the size of a residential care facility. That provision only applies to 35 Sheldon.
But physically right now, is there 18 on 35 Sheldon? How many?
No, the 18 are on King Street. Our shelter's on King Street.
Okay, because we're just dealing with 35 Sheldon here. So then how many is on 35 Sheldon as it exists now? None? Is that what I'm to understand?
None
We
at all.
don't have any. We don't have any sleeping at Sheldon.
So then,
if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, I want to give a bit of an overview of this project because I've heard a lot of the residents and I hear what they're saying. And I believe me and Sandy are very much in tune with what's happening in the community, especially in the local neighborhood. So I just wanted to make some things clear with this. These kids are already there because this is the only service shelter for the region, not the neighborhood, for the region. That includes Kitchener, right? So the purpose of this is to give Sandy and One Roof a purpose-built building to be able to satisfy the need in the region to handle this homeless use crisis situation. And that is the goal. And when we can provide a purpose-built building for Sandy and for their homeless youth, what will happen is these kids now have a place inside that they can be properly educated, properly housed, and given a place that they can actually go through the process of being reintegrated into society. And that is the purpose of this application. The other thing I wanted to make mention of is actually one of the minor variances we're asking for is to not put as much on that property as is required by the zoning. We are actually downsizing or asking to downsize the square footage footprint of what's asked for in the zoning bylaw. And we're also trying to work with Heritage. The purpose of the building being in the backyard is that we've heard and read the Heritage report on the property, and we do not want to wreck the front face, the front yard, or anything that is part of the Heritage concerns. And that was the purpose of putting the building in the backyard. With regards to some of the fire concerns, one of the things we are doing and is put in on our site plan, if noted, is a new fire hydrant directly in front of this. We have had the Kitchener Fire Department out to this site, and we have reviewed all the rules and requirements that were within 60 meters of being able to get the fire truck to the furthest part of the building, and that fire truck is not more than 90 meters from a fire hydrant. Hence why we added the fire hydrant out front of the property. So we have gone through extensive engineering and gone through many of the concerns that were brought up by the community as to dealing with this. A lot of the safety and security concerns, I truly believe myself, with some of the research we've done and working with other nonprofit organizations, is that being able to give these youth a proper building that they can be housed at, where they have internal space, not just a bed for 12 hours at night, will drastically help the mental condition of these youth and anybody in the community that is suffering from this type of thing, that they can be rehabilitated and help to be reintegrated into communities.
Okay, yes, Sandy.
I have something written here that I'd like to read that I think addresses a lot of what was shared, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
So our experience has shown that without stable housing, the issues that led the youth to homelessness and onto our streets is impossible to overcome. These issues include family breakdown, family dysfunction, mental health issues, trauma, including sexual exploitation, violence and abuse, substance use, poverty, and a myriad of other factors. We purchased these 3 properties in 2020. And we did that at the urging of the youth. We spent 3 years looking for a relocation site, and we did investigate, as one of the other proponents mentioned, commercial zoning places, but we don't fit. The work that we do just doesn't fit into commercial zoning. So we were limited in where we could go in terms of the zoning. We found this MU zoning and it fit for us. The youth encouraged us to move out of the downtown core because they felt that many of their predators, their triggers, and then temptations were downtown, and they asked us to find space outside of that. We were also hindered on Queen Street to address the gaps in the service, to continue to offer relevant programming to them because of size restraints. Sheldon presents wonderful options for us. It's a place that's big enough for us to offer wraparound services that will come to the site so that youth don't have to go to point A, B, and C, retelling their story and being re-victimized by some of the things they've suffered. It's a difficult system to navigate, even for adults. And so we felt that bringing services to the youth would help with that. All of our programs are designed to teach the necessary life skills that help youth overcome their barriers, but our system is broken. And what we do is we bring youth into a shelter and we expect them to jump from shelter to independent living and be successful. And they simply don't have the housing history or the maturity to do that. And so we set them up to fail if we're lucky enough to find a landlord to rent to them. They end up coming back to us because the tenancy has broken down for various reasons. I agree with the one proponent that indicated, scattered sites is a better way to go. It is a better way to go, but it also, there's financial implications to scattered sites. We don't have the staffing to properly supervise scattered sites. And so the next best answer, according to the Canadian Observatory on Homelessness and Youth Homelessness specifically, is congregated sites where staffing can be at a ratio that's adequate. As I stated from the outset, our research and national research shows that it's impossible to overcome issues when you don't know where you're going to sleep or where you're going to eat. Housing is a privilege, housing is a right, it's not a privilege. It's key to breaking the cycle of homelessness. And there's a real shortage of affordable housing in the region and in the city of Kitchener. And when you're young, that's exacerbated. Landlords don't want to rent to you. The proposal for supportive housing units that Matt will explain in more detail is exactly what's needed. And as odd as it sounds, it's the solution to many of the complaints that we've heard here today. If these youth can come off the street and have a place to live and be, instead of having to wander around because our shelter is full and there's extras that have nowhere to go now, other than an adult shelter, which isn't safe for them and they don't feel comfortable going to. So they wander our streets and they wander into people's backyards and they try to set up tents in different places. These units would give them a place to be so that they don't have to be out on the street. I'm aware of the concerns about our expansion, about our very existence on Sheldon, to be honest. And some of those who expressed concerns have come to me previous to this. Sadly, others have not. But those who did come to us, we were able to mitigate the concerns. We installed, as I said, expensive camera equipment. We've increased our staffing as much as budget will allow. We erected a fence at the request of our neighbor. We've, just as early as yesterday, planted shrubbery around the boulevard out front so that youth don't lounge out there. That was another suggestion of the neighbor across the street from us. We have staff walking our perimeter every 2.5 hours to make sure that if there's youth that are just loitering around, that they're encouraged to come onto property. But I would suggest that all of the problems in the neighborhood are not the result of one demographic. We've only been there since March, and many of the proponents indicated that some issues have been happening for a year now. Early last year, we held a community forum when we first were looking at purchasing this property. We held a forum, we handed out 120 invitations around the neighborhood, and 22 folks showed up at that community forum. We detailed our renovation and our expansion vision, and we were very candid and had a big discussion about concerns. From that meeting, we established a committee comprised of neighborhoods, myself, Councillor Sarah Marsh, and some of my board members. We have a distribution list for email, and as we continued through renovations, I was emailing this committee, letting them know about the updates and how things were progressing. Our goal was to meet with this committee on a regular basis to mitigate concerns in the neighborhood, but unfortunately COVID's made that impossible. So it's just an email exchange happening right now. And I invite any of the people, the delegates before the committee today, to join that email distribution list so that they can be kept abreast and so that I can hear about these concerns firsthand instead of in this type of forum. In that meeting, we also told the people in attendance that we wanted to renovate and erect 2 buildings. And so now, as Matt indicated, we're actually suggesting that we can do less and still have the same number of units and the same supports given to the youth. As I mentioned, Argus has closed, and so that means we're the only youth-specific shelter. So the numbers are not going to increase. The numbers are what they are, and the regional data will support that. What we're trying to do is have the units in place to accommodate those numbers so that the youth aren't wandering around. They need the housing. They need a place to be. They need a place for us to be able to work with them. None of them are going to look at their addictions issues or their mental health or their criminality if they're wondering where they're going to sleep. We need to be able to provide them with that safe space. 5 years ago, I attended a funeral of a 20-year-old girl that froze to death in a snowbank 2 blocks away from our place on Queen Street. I went to that funeral and her mother looked me in the face and said, "How does this happen to my child in Canada?" And I had a very feeble response because I don't know how to explain how that happens in a country as rich as Canada. And we just had another death on Friday of a young man. And this will make 35 funerals that I've attended in my 14 years as the CEO of this agency. And it's appalling to me. These are our young people, all of our young people, and they all deserve a place to be. And I know that we're not, the most welcome in any neighborhood, but we did our due diligence looking for a place to go. And we had to go and into a place that the zoning allowed us to do the work that we know we need to do. And we are more than willing to work with these neighbors and help them understand what these youth are experiencing and everything that we're doing to try to help them and work with them to mitigate their concerns. I feel like we're on the same page. We're wanting the same thing. We're just presenting an option that perhaps some of these delegates aren't aware is so necessary in terms of being able to get the youth into a place so that we can deal with their issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandy. Why don't you amalgamate the properties? Because if you did, we wouldn't be here right now, would we?
Yeah, we would still be here because we're asking for the setback for the heritage home, so we don't have to tear down.
I mean,
But the other one is the density is one of the big ones, is the fact that we're asking for 0.575 density from the 1 to 4 that's required for square footage.
Yeah, but that's a reduction then, correct?
Correct. We're asking for a reduction in the development, not an expansion.
That's what I mean. So if you amalgamated them, we'd be looking at a reduction, which is a lot more palatable. And the other issues are just simple site plan issues. The real bone of contention seems to be here within the neighborhood is this 9 to 40 from what we're hearing. But you still haven't answered the question. Why don't you amalgamate the properties?
I believe that's probably better answered by Sandy under the 2 ownership thing. I do believe there was some issues with regards to other developmental issues that could have been an issue before I was around, being a part of this. And it looked like the best course of action is to deal with just 35 Sheldon to try to move this project forward versus bringing in King Street. Although I do believe, as Garrett mentioned, they do have a right of way or the legal egress between the 2 properties that would have to be satisfied by the city if they were separated.
Right, because it's almost like sucking and blowing, because we are considering them as one on one hand, and you're trying to consider them as separate on another hand for the same instance. So Sandy, why can't they be amalgamated?
I'm a social worker. I don't understand development. And I don't understand the laws around it. We had our lawyer speak to the city about the best way to proceed. At that time, when we purchased the property, we were working with John McDonald Architect. It was through his direction that we left them as 2 separate entities and purchased them the way in which we did. I think it has something to do with the holdback provision, but I'd have to
doesn't make any
speak to our lawyer as to why.
Yeah.
Just to further speak to that, I haven't seen it and I don't know what it is, but I do believe there was a small environmental concern, and that had to be rectified or at least further investigated. There was something to do with that, and that's why the properties were purchased separately. I don't know how true that is. I've never seen the report.
Yeah, but if that was the case, you shouldn't have residents sitting in there right now anyway, so.
Yeah, as I said, I don't think it was a major concern. It was something that was there previous to Sandy owning it. It was before Sandy was around. Scott keeps putting up his hand just by the way.
Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions for Garrett. Garrett, as you know, I was a planner for well over 3 decades, so I'm trying to understand the history of the zoning on this particular site. What I'm gathering from all the conversation is that this is an as-of-right use in the MU-2 zoning, but I, for the life of me, do not understand how the holding zone provision came into effect. Was it passed through a general amendment, or was it a site-specific amendment? And why is it in place?
Through the chair, the holding provision was applied to this property and other properties within mixed-use corridors around the city that did not have primary frontage onto the street on which the mixed-use corridor was aligning with. So in this case, 35 Sheldon is part of the mixed-use corridor. It's planned for intensification, but it doesn't have frontage on King Street. When the city initiated those zoning bylaw amendments for the 7 mixed-use corridors around the city, the philosophy at the time was that holding provisions would require enforced consolidation for comprehensive redevelopment. We are revisiting that position as part of the neighborhood planning reviews. This is within the King Street East secondary plan, which is one of our central neighborhoods where we're updating our secondary plans and implementing our new zoning bylaw. So those recommendations were presented to council for preliminary discussion in December, and the approach has fundamentally changed. We're no longer recommending that holding provisions be applied to adjacent properties. Rather, minimum lot areas and minimum lot widths are in the new zones, so that it's just a different way of forcing consolidation, but it would give greater flexibility for people to consolidate on either side rather than making it specifically to a street frontage.
Okay, just to follow up on that then. So One Roof was able to find a zoned property on King Street to establish their use. If the holding zone is in fact lifted, what will the density allowance be for residents on this property? Is it up to 9 or can it go higher?
Through the chair, if the holding provision was eliminated, all of the commercial uses as well as the residential institutional uses, including a residential care facility, would be permitted. There would be no restraint. Currently, the holding provision says 9 or fewer residents. That would be removed, and it could be a residential care facility of any size. But then the expectation would be that a larger development would be planned there to meet the minimum FSR of 1.0.
So just to share our chairman's comments, if the properties were consolidated, we wouldn't be here for a couple of the variances. One we've already gotten rid of, that's the parking space, and we wouldn't be dealing with the one that deals with the holding. We would simply be dealing with the FSR, units on a ground floor and front yard setback, correct?
Yes, and I guess what's worth noting is that if Sandy were to consolidate the properties into one ownership and abandon this application, the building at 35 Sheldon is of heritage interest, however, is not protected. So if Sandy were to propose a larger development in the front yard and consolidated the properties, it is likely that a minor variance would not be required and a residential care facility of any size would be permitted.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of other questions for the applicants, but I'm going to leave it up to other members to comment first.
Hang on, Sandy had something to say. Sandy?
I just wanted to comment that we don't want to go to the full capacity of what MU allows us to do. We don't want to build out front of the Heritage House. We want to do the barest minimum to help the youth that we support. And so by removing the holding provision, I would have, sort of carte blanche ability to build as big as I want, but that's not our goal. Our goal is to build enough units to help the youth that we now know through data are in our region, and then be able to work with them and transition them into independent living and not have to grow into some big, huge conglomerate type of a facility. That's not what we wanted to bring to this neighborhood at all, and it's not in the best interest of the youth either, in my opinion. And just to speak to what some of the delegates were saying about bringing all the youth together, it really is a funding contingency issue. We need to have them all in the same location so that we can offer them the services and the support that they need to break the cycle of homelessness. In an ideal world, as I said, we would love to have scattered sites, but it's just not feasible in terms of funding and being able to offer the supports that they need.
Well, I get that one, and I just further comment to that. I think part of the breakdown here is a regional responsibility for funding, and that's why I was asking earlier, where do you achieve your funding? So, anyways, that's just a comment. Matt?
Yeah, real quick. I just want to comment with with regards to what Garrett was saying. One of the things we looked at when we put the site plan together was some of the comments back from Heritage, even though it's not protected. We wanted to work with them, and that's why we moved the building to the backyard, kept the front laneway as much as possible, the front fountain, and did not want to disturb the old beautiful house, because I'm all for keeping that pretty house there because it is rather nice in the neighborhood, and it preserves the neighborhood urban look as well.
Yeah, Jennifer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The discussion between Mr. Hanna and Mr. Stevenson was helpful for me in understanding a bit more about the holding provision. I do have some questions for staff. On the very beginning of the staff report, it says on September 9th, 2019, the City of Kitchener granted approval in principle for 35 Sheldon for the conversion to a residential care facility, and the City of Kitchener granted approval in principle for One Roof. for a residential care facility in a mixed-use building. In what format was that approval granted? Was that a rezoning? Are these licensing approvals? What kind of approvals in principle are we talking about there?
Through the chair, those approval and principles reference the site plan process. So in Kitchener, we do have a 2-stage approval process. They received approval in principle. Ultimately, they satisfied all their conditions, got full site plan approval and building permits. No amendments or variances to the zoning bylaw were required for those 2 site plan applications.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. And thanks to Mr. Stevenson. So I do just want to, I guess for the residents, and this has come up through some of the other comments, I just want to reiterate what this application is for. And it is not to approve this facility or to allow a certain density on the site. That's not what's happening here. We don't have the authority to prevent this use. It's as of right. What this application is for, as I see it, is to increase the front yard setback. So from what they're supposed to be closer to the front yard than they are. And so they're seeking a variance to allow a more spacious relationship with the road. They are also seeking for a lower density than what's required by the zoning bylaw, and that was mentioned earlier. So that's a measure of how intensely the site is built. So they want to build the site less intensely than what the zoning bylaw requires them to do. The zoning bylaw requires a certain degree of development intensity, where the province is pushing for intensification, and they're seeking to develop the site at a lower density. And then the third thing is allowing units on a ground floor in a residential care facility. Again, this is because the property is designated and is zoned for mixed use. And that provision is intended to encourage commercial type uses on ground floors. But in this case, it's not a mixed use development and it's not street related. And so that is a bit of a technical variance from my perspective. The parking variance is gone. And that takes me to the last variance, which is the essentially what we're being asked to do is amend a holding provision, is to vary a holding provision. And again, I see this as technical in nature because it's really about ensuring that the site is developed with access to King Street. And we've heard that it has access to King Street. So I don't have any issues with it in principle in terms of what the intent is. My concern is that this committee does not have the authority to vary a holding provision.
Yeah.
And I get into some of the more detailed comments about how we can mitigate some of the concerns of the residents. But as a fundamental issue, I would be prepared to support the other variances, subject to some discussion on conditions, mitigation conditions. But I don't know that we can grant that last variance. In my review of the Planning Act, that would be a circumvention of Section 36. It has a specific process for lifting holding provisions. So when this is going to effectively render that hold moot on the subject property, I think that I'm concerned about our authority to do that. So I'd be prepared to support the other variances conditional upon getting the hold lifted. And that the hold it's a private application. It's not a public process. You make the application to council. So I don't see why we would be taking authority for doing that. So those are my sort of initial comments on the application. And then I guess to follow Mr. Hanna's lead, I'll hold off on some of my comments about mitigation measures. Oh, sorry, and I do have one more question. We heard some comments from the residents about not getting proper notice and perhaps trying to push this through secretly. I just want to confirm with Madam Secretary Treasurer that notice was provided in accordance with the Act.
Ms. Meter, I can confirm that notice was provided in the newspaper as required by the Planning Act. There was an additional notice also mailed to the property owners within the vicinity, and there was a sign also located on the property. The minimum requirement is in the newspaper, and that was substantiated.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are, I do have, like I said, some more comments. I don't know if it's the appropriate time to address them now, but I'll just leave it at that.
If you want, you're on a roll.
All right.
I agree with everything that you've said so far, Jennifer, so just forever.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I know Mr. Hannah keeps putting up his hand. I can wait my turn if.
No, pointing to you now.
Pointing to me, okay. All right, so concerns I have about, first of all, we heard that there is no upper limit to how many residents you can have on this site once the hold is lifted. Can the applicants here, I'll give you all my questions and let you address them together. Can the applicants agree to imposing a condition that would have an upper limit on the number of residents? We heard some comments about smoking. Is it appropriate through site plan or whatnot to designate a smoking area on the site? I don't know. I see from the a review of the plans that there's built balconies proposed on the second and third story. I'm assuming that those balconies are as of right, and we really shouldn't be limiting as of right permissions, but in this case, if the applicants are willing to, I don't know if there's some flexibility in removing those balconies. Fencing, I've heard mixed things about fencing. I think we could include a condition that the property be fully fenced if it's not already, so something else to consider. And I think those are all the ones I picked up from the comments and mitigation measures that I've come up with. So I'll leave it at that for the applicant to address.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Matthew, but I believe that the balconies are the only access into the units, are they not?
Yeah, on a couple of things. So one, I believe the property is fully fenced now, and I think Sandy can second that. The only part that is not fenced as of now is the part that interferes with the heritage concerns. And correct, the balconies are for access to the front doors of the units. They're not balconies for sitting and hanging out on and stuff like that. Like they're for exterior access, which is something Sandy wanted for safety and security concerns, that it's much easier to monitor who's going in and out of the unit versus interior corridor.
Okay.
We currently
ask a quick follow-up question to that. So if the balconies are necessary for access, is there anything the applicant can do to ensure that the residents don't linger on the balcony, until late into the evening?
Correct. So the balconies that are there are not like 8-foot balconies. There's no room for chairs or tables or any types of things like that. They're literally the width of a corridor, 42 to 4 feet in width. And they go directly to the exterior stairs, which were the requirements for the fire access. And that's the only balconies that are there. As for any other balconies, I think there is some on the top units, but those will be Juliet balconies again. So there's an openable door, but there's no balcony where people can sit out on or have anything to do with for lingering.
And we will have 24/7 staffing supervision in this building. So staff will be, as part of their job, will be wandering around the entire building, patrolling the exterior of the building, and ensuring that youth are inside at appropriate hours and not out on the street. Again, it lends itself to, they need a place to be, and it would address a lot of the concerns if they had these units in which they could live. We also already have a designated smoking area. And yeah, so that's, I'm not sure where the smoke is coming
Yeah,
from,
sorry,
but
Sandy,
we
to
have
cut you off. But one other thing is the whole main floor, when this is built, is meant to be amenity area. So these people, so the residents do have a place to linger, do their being able to sit down and have their card games and do whatever else they're doing, and also to have their staffing be able to provide their programs indoors on that main floor, which is fully open for amenity space.
Scott?
I don't want to jump in too soon. I think Bob had some comments, and I'd like him to go first before I say anything as well.
Am I unmuted here? Yes. Okay. Wow. A lot of information to digest. I don't think any of us on the committee or even any of the neighbors to this proposal are opposed to the idea or the concept that our society has to do better in looking after the homeless. The question is how that is achieved, how it's achieved both socially and financially. These are tough questions. It is clear to me from the responses from the existing neighbors that there's already problems there, and to expand from 9 to over whatever the number is, 40, is going to exacerbate those problems within that community. I could be corrected on this, but I think there's a provision in the Planning Act where it says that development has to be, or infill development or redevelopment, whichever it may be, has to be compatible with the pre-existing neighborhood. What compatible means, I've heard many planners and developers and lawyers discuss that and debate that at great length. It is clear to me that there has been a communication breakdown between, despite the efforts of the applicant, there's been a communication breakdown between the applicant and the existing neighbors. There are some very severe issues, and I agree with the neighbors. I wouldn't want my 5-year-old running around in a neighborhood where they could step on or pick up used syringes. So my position at this point is I think this should be deferred. Or let me, before I get into that, I agree with the chair and with Ms. Meter on the complications of trying to remove a holding provision in an indirect way. I think a better approach would be to consolidate the properties. And just because when you consolidate them doesn't mean you have to build bigger. You can build what you want on a consolidated property. I think that's the first thing. And that holding provision, I think, is something that must be done by council. Not here. We have not been delegated by council to deal with holding provisions. So I think that's a very big problem. And I think the applicant should set up, I know it's tough these days, set up a better communication program with the existing neighbors to get them online. Because as we have seen in other applications, the one on Irvin Street, when you have understanding and cooperation and support from neighbors, it makes it a whole lot easier. So my position is that I will not support this. I would suggest to my colleagues that maybe a deferral to allow maybe the council to commit or to comment on the holding provision, and also for the applicant to take another attempt at communicating with the existing neighborhood. So those are my comments at this point. I will not be supporting it as it stands.
Okay, Scott.
So I'm fully supportive of Jennifer's comments on the variances. I've gone through them one by one. The first three in her discussion and how she came to a conclusion, I actually fully support. The fourth one is no longer existent. The fifth one is the one I'm struggling with and I cannot support. And that's the one where it's basically an attempt to vary or get rid of a holding zone. It's really only City Council has the ability to do that. So I know, Bob, that you would like this application to be deferred, but I'm going to suggest that I'm in line with Jennifer. She moves the recommendation to support the first three variances. Just in fairness to the applicants, they have found a site that supports their use. City Council in its wisdom have zoned this property MU-2. The only thing that they have that's a problem is the fact they have a holding zone, and for some reason they don't want to consolidate the properties. if they don't consolidate the properties, they're only allowed to have 9 residents here, and they're asking for 40. So until they deal with city council about the removal of that H, they really can't proceed. Although I want to give them some assistance with the first 3 variances because I think they're supportable. And that's my position.
I would maybe suggest, and Scott, following along in that train of thought, is that the applicant may possibly consider amending their application. And the amendment would be withdrawing the parking request and withdrawing the holding provision request. And that way it's not a refusal. It's an amendment to the application. And then the application can be, as amended, approved in whole. Does that sound reasonable? Jennifer?
Yes, sir. I'm wondering if, I agree with everything you've suggested. I'm just wondering though, can the development proceed? It can't proceed without that hold lifted, right? So I don't know if
unless they amalgamate the properties, then it could.
Right.
Right.
Right. So I guess it's superfluous to make the approval of those 3 variances conditional upon the lifting of the hold or the merger. They have to do that anyway. So
right.
Okay.
Right. Julianne?
I just want an opportunity for staff to be able to
comment on that. Yeah.
One more thing. Garrett Stevenson has, I think you should have Garrett speak. He's got a little bit more history on this particular application than I do, but I just was raising my hand for the opportunity.
I didn't know if you were clicking your pen or not.
No, it's out of my hands right now. See?
Through the chair, and I don't mean to overly complicate things. Just a couple of points. A holding, they would still require the holding provision to be lifted, even if they did go to city council.
Right.
So the holding provision would have to be lifted.
Right.
I did
That's
confer.
not done by us, then in that case, it's done by council.
It would be done by council, yes. I did confirm with the city's lawyer that it is possible, because this is not a third party requirement. This is to the director of planning, that this holding provision could be varied. And I think it's worth noting to the committee that at the meeting last month, the Committee of Adjustment did vary a holding provision for services for another application. So I just wanted those 3 points to be in front of you.
Okay. Scott, Jennifer, Sandy, did you have something?
Yeah, sorry. I just, I don't know the process of how long things like this take. And again, from my therapist, social work lens, my concern is winter's coming and there are 50 youth that are homeless and I only have 18 beds. So those 50 youth are going to be continuing to be in the neighbor's property and wandering the streets because we don't have units to put them into. So it's not going to alleviate the concerns of the delegates that came forward unless we get at least one level of this unit built so that we can shelter some of these folks and stop them from wandering around the streets and intruding on other people's private property.
At least one level. Well, right now you could build 9 units, correct?
I'd like to comment on that. So the goal of this project is to not supersede any of the planning acts or any of the stuff of the city. The goal of this year is we're trying to put in what we consider temporarily 1 level to be able to handle Sandy's influx of youth for this year. Right. And the idea is to still go through all the processes of site plan approval, make sure we meet all the requirements that are required throughout the whole process of a planning act and a building department to build the 3-story building next fall or even into the following year, depending on how long we go through all those planning studies and act. The goal for this year was to put this 1 level in this fall because Sandy has 50 youth and 18 beds, and she doesn't want to attend any more funerals from people freezing in snowbanks.
Yeah, no,
I completely second her on that. So on that note, the idea is if we can get this planning process moved along as far as possible with this committee, that would be very much appreciated and desperately needed in the region. And if there's certain things that we do need to submit to other departments or go to council before, we will work on them intensely as fast as possible, for sure.
Garrett, are they not permitted to put in 9 units now anyways?
Yes, Chair, they would be allowed up to 9 units on the property at 35 Sheldon.
So would that 9 units then, Matt, solve your immediate needs?
That's true, based on the fact that we at least have those 3 minor variances taken care of, the setback and the other things. So if we bare minimum get that, I do believe that would give building permission to go through our process of putting in those 9 units this fall.
Right. Okay, so then we're right back to where my colleagues have suggested that we head to. Okay, Jennifer?
Thank you, sir. I first of all, thanks to Mr. Stevenson for his comments. Can you please reiterate the legal position on why this is legal for us to vary? I didn't quite understand the reasoning.
So through the chair, so I will say I'm not a lawyer. I'm not in a position to provide legal advice. So every lawyer tells you should say that first, especially when you're about to say something that's legal advice. She said that I see no reason why we can't vary a holding provision as long as it's one of ours and not a third party requirement. So we have holding provisions sometimes, for example, that a record of site condition be provided before sensitive use would be permitted. So when I interpret what she has indicated to me, that would mean a third party in that case would be the Ministry of the Environment. The holding provision 15H that applies to this property, the check and balance of that is with respect to the city's director of planning. So when she says it's one of ours, I interpret that to mean that the discretion to lift the holding provision rests with the director of planning and not with a third party agency.
So they've been delegated the authority through to council to lift holding provisions, holds.
Through the chair, no, we don't have the delegated authority to lift the holding provision. So that's why the variance would be required. To lift the holding provision, it would have to be a decision of council to lift it in its entirety.
And I didn't appreciate that a hold was varied last committee meeting. Can you explain the nature of that? Because my concern with this, and just to give you a bit of what I'm thinking, Section 45 gives the committee the authority to vary regulations passed under Section 34 and 38. 38's interim control bylaws. 34, technically a holding provision is passed under Section 34. I acknowledge that. But there's a process in Section 36 that is contemplated for lifting those holds. And in this case, I see this proposed hold as, sorry, the proposed variance would essentially render it moot. We're not varying it in a minor way. The extent of the change would render the whole hold moot, is how I see it. And so that's my concern, that we're setting a dangerous precedent, and truly I don't think we have authority. So I'll let you comment on that, Mr. Stevenson, but that's sort of where I am on.
Yes, through the chair, and I will admit that this is probably more of an unusual request. It's not something that we are used to seeing. With respect to the holding provision last month, that was a holding provision for services. So there was an accessory building built for a religious institution. So it is different in nature. So that it's important to acknowledge that that was a holding provision. The intent or the variance was because it wasn't a comprehensive redevelopment. It was an accessory building. And I think that's why the committee supported that, because it wasn't fully redeveloped, and the committee recognized that if the site was fully redeveloped, full services would be required. With respect to this application, the reason I thought it might be appropriate to vary the holding provision is that it would only allow the residential care facility. So it would only allow that one use. The holding provision would still apply to the 24 other uses in the MU2 zone, and it wouldn't as of right permit all of those. So the holding provision, I agree with you. If we said it has to be the relief in its entirety, I think that would make it moot and that wouldn't comply with the Planning Act. In my opinion, I think that a variance to allow just this single use and the holding provision remain on title or on the property would be a variance. But I do acknowledge it's not 100% straightforward.
Well, I may suggest that we go back to the last train of thought and possibly amend. Julianne?
Through you, Mr. Chair, what I just wanted to add is that the variance is really intended to allow some flexibility so that these lands could be used for only this use and not require the full consolidation that would be required if you're really intensifying the use, and keeping in mind that the other requests before the committee are not intended to intensify the use. If the site were to be fully redeveloped and allow the full gamut of mixed use to uses, as Mr. Stevenson has alluded to, that are currently permitted in the MU2 zone, then absolutely a consolidation would be more than appropriate. And that's where we wouldn't be suggesting to the committee or requesting the committee to consider a laxing of that requirement. The laxing of the requirement is really simply to provide some flexibility so that this use, which is an underutilization of the sites, be used. That's what we're asking. I hope that clarifies things a little bit. And we have consulted with the city's solicitor in this regard, and it does differ a little bit from the holding provision variance that was done last month, because as you recall, committee members, you may recall that they were seeking I guess a pavilion or some sort of structure to be allowed on the church lands, and the church lands were under the holding provision that required a full servicing at redevelopment. We didn't feel as staff at that time that, allowing a pavilion, which is an accessory structure that didn't really intensify the use. Again, it's about the intensification of the use. We're not necessarily intensifying the use here by requesting the holding provision be varied. We are not requesting that the holding provision is lifted.
Yeah, but we are intensifying the use if you look at its singularity opposed to combined. That's maybe the issue. So, which comes back to why, merge the two titles. But anyways, Matt?
Just real quick, just so everybody's aware, if we were to merge two titles and get rid of the holding provision and build what we could there, we would be in the 200 to 220,000 square foot 8-story building range.
Yeah,
like it's meant to be very intensified. The holding we're asking for, the condition to the holding we're asking for is to be allowed to keep that heritage house the way it is, maintain the neighborhood look, and try to give Sandy the facilities she needs to take care of these homeless youth. That's
right.
That's the intent of our application.
Right. Jennifer?
Mr. Chair, well, I personally don't believe that this is permitted under the Planning Act. We have an opinion from the city's lawyer and staff. So I am prepared I don't know, I can't speak for my other members of the committee, but I'm prepared to grant the variance then if staff and city legal suggest that it's permitted. I would be acting on their advice in granting that variance. But again, I do caution that it looks to be a dangerous precedent, and I'm not sure personally that it's legal.
So, do we have a motion? Scott?
Mr. Chairman, can you just first confirm with the applicant that they are modifying their application to remove variance number 4 regarding parking?
Yeah. Matthew?
Yes, we have no problem modifying, taking that out. Just for my clarification, Garrett, can you give me that legal opinion from the lawyer again about the holding position? I want to make sure I understood that correctly, if you don't mind Just a clarification on that.
I'll be right back.
Through the chair, again, I'm not qualified to provide legal advice. I have confirmed my interpretation with our city solicitor by email, and she's just emailed me again. So let me make sure that did not change. Yes, she's confirmed that she would not support a varying of a holding provision if it was a third party, because a third party would have to consent. In this case, the holding provision is to the Director of Planning, which is not a third party.
All right. Okay, Scott, back to you.
Back to me.
You.
Just a quick couple of comments before we deal with a recommendation. Clearly, the existing situation is providing some impact on the existing neighborhood. We have an applicant before us that's indicating that if we get approval to this, it's going to help the situation. I don't have any of those reports in front of me. I wish I did, but I kind of agree that I think it will, because right now all they have is drop-in and they're looking for permanent residency. I was not going to support the fifth variance, but I think now that I understand from staff, it's really only varying that one section of the holding that relates to residents, that provision. And this has been a great session this morning. I've really appreciated all the comments that I've heard from the residents. Clearly there are impacts, and I think that what is being proposed will lessen the impacts. I would hope that the management team at One Roof will somehow arrange for another open house or something to explain their situation. I know you did that a couple of years ago and there was only 22 residents, but as stated by our Secretary Treasurer, the Committee of Adjustment requirements for notice are very nominal. When I was a planner, there was only a 30-meter notification to property owners in the area. That only captures about 3 properties, and basically nobody has seen your sign and nobody reads the paper anymore. But anyway, unless anybody else has anything to comment, I am certainly going to move that we grant approval to this application, the 4 variances that are still available. And that's my suggestion.
Do I have a second? Jennifer? All in favor? Okay, all opposed? Passed. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I make a request for a 10-minute recess here? We've been at this now for nearly 3 hours, and I know others may need to get up and walk around as well. So 10-minute recess, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Okay, we'll come back at 1:55. Okay, hang on 1 second here, sorry. Okay, we're good to go. Next application is A 2020-62, that's 6 Willows Green Court. David, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good, Chair. Good afternoon.
Good. Okay, so staff's recommending approval. It's a fairly straightforward application. Anyone have any questions, comments, or motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll just jump in right here. I really don't have a big concern with this, other than, you know, reduction from 6 meters to 2.3, bordering on still minor. So I will move that this be approved with no conditions as per the staff report.
All right, second. Jennifer, all in favor? Carried. Thanks, David.
Okay, thank you. All have a great afternoon. Be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next application is A 2020-63, that's 353 Krug Street. Support opposition, we have just one registered, which is the applicant, Rich.
Hello. It's same thing as everybody else has. I waited for
We're
the
back
one.
working, Joe.
Recommending approval without conditions. Does anyone have any questions or a motion? Mike? Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've reviewed the application and actually visited the site. Looks pretty standard to me. It looks like a minor variance, so I would support the staff recommendation.
All right. Second? Mike, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, Richard.
Thank you.
Next application's A 2020-64. It's 193 Strange Street. John,
Yes,
how you doing?
I'm fine.
That's good.
I
Staff,
must commend you on your perseverance on the last or the three above.
thank you. That was a long one. Hey, staff's recommending approval with conditions. They seem to be standard conditions, and they're asking to have the application amended. So I guess first question is, are you fine with amending the application?
We're fine with amending the application. We have a concern with item number 1.
On the conditions?
Yes.
Okay. All
There's-
right.
It's that a tree management plans be submitted if determined by the environmental planner. Well, there are no trees on the site. If you look at the site plan in the cover page of the report,
Right.
the hedgerow to the north is on the neighbor's property, and the mature trees that show in the photograph are on the TJ's fish store
Right. Right.
property. The only ones that are actually landscaping is on the city property at the southeast, I guess,
Right.
because of the road widening taken. So I
Okay.
don't know why they added that.
When there's no trees, yeah. Julianne, do you know?
She's on mute.
You're on mute, Julianne. Thanks, Steve.
Okay, thanks. Through you, Mr. Chair, just in reading the comment that was provided by the environmental planning staff, it would appear that there is just a potential concern with impact onto trees that are like straddling the property line. And that's why what the city's asking for is a very scoped tree management plan. And that's something that is not unusual, especially on properties where there are trees located so close to the property line that any development on one property may impact trees that are on the adjacent property. It's not unusual to ask for that. That's all I can add to it right now, because I haven't spoken to the file planner on this particular application. Wasn't raised as a concern before, so.
Yeah, no. And, but if that's the case, then where were these trees in the backyard, do you think? We don't really.
Not certain.
In the backyard, that's rather onerous, to be honest with you, because they're not building into the backyard anyways. They've got the rear yard setbacks, so.
Listing on the boundary of the property in its northwest corner. Northwest corner. So,
Which is the upper left
yeah.
on the survey. And those trees are on the neighbor's property. And they're very large.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as I indicated, that the concern is often on trees that are adjacent, that are so close to a property line that if development should occur on the subject property, that there could be implications for the trees and the health of the trees on the adjacent lands.
Right.
That was the purpose of it. Again, I haven't had any fulsome conversations with the environmental planner or with the file planner on this particular application, but that's my understanding from reading the comment.
Yeah, to me, it seems a little onerous, given the location where they are, and you're gonna have your side yards or what have you anyways, but that's just my comment. Mike?
Just some clarification. The comment on the report, it says a scope tree management plan should be completed at the appropriate milestone. Can someone define that phrase for me, please?
Never heard it before.
Like, is that a timing issue, a marker? What are they telling us or telling the applicant that he needs to do and when?
Yeah, it doesn't really make much sense. Scott?
I can be of assistance, Mr. Chairman. I was at the property the other day, and it's a very large deciduous tree that, you're right, is probably on TJ Seafood lands, about 3 feet off the property line. Obviously, when they build the garage, they're going to potentially impact the root system. But my concern with the way the condition is worded, it says, scope tree management plan if determined to be required. Why don't we know that already? It's either going to be required or it's not going to be required. So that's my first comment. The second one is I'm intrigued to see that we've actually added a building permit condition, because we've had advice in the past that we shouldn't be imposing a building permit condition be obtained.
Right.
And I mean, we obviously know a building permit's going to be required for the garage, and in that review, they're going to see whether or not the parking stall sizes meet the zoning bylaws. So why do we need that condition? That's my
Right.
second point. And my third question for staff is, when I went to the property, there are signs on the property that say parking spaces are available for lease or rent. Is that something the zoning allows for this particular property?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question. Through you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sure the applicant will confirm this, but on their property, they have little kind of small, about the size of a real estate sign saying parking spaces, I think for rent or lease.
Everybody in downtown Kitchener does that, Scott. Right, Steve?
Yeah, through the chair, I don't know, I can't speak to the zoning of that, but that's something that I've seen and heard before. I don't know the legality of it though. This is private property.
Yeah, Julianne.
Through you, Mr. Chair, a parking lot is not a permitted use in this.
But
zone.
it's not being as a used
Yeah.
as a parking lot if you've
Well,
got.
willing parking spaces and you are parking vehicles there, then it's a parking lot. If it exceeds 4 vehicles, it's a parking lot.
Oh, yeah, if there's.
Right. The fact that they're trying to put in a garage hopefully will accommodate their own on-site parking needs. And staff is also trying to ensure that the site gets cleaned up a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that through the approval of these variances, if the committee so chooses, that the site will be cleaned up a bit as well.
Yeah.
Staff also comment on that second condition about a building permit being obtained. Why is it being requested when obviously it's going to be needed? And we've been told not to impose that kind of a condition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's just an added means to make sure that everything, all the I's were dotted and all the T's were crossed. In this case, this particular site, I think, has a little bit of history.
Bob?
Through you, Mr. Chair, question to staff for condition number 1, a scope tree management plan. Can you kind of run through the level or intricacies of what a scoped tree management plan would be and how onerous it would be on the applicant?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I am not intimately familiar with all the ins and outs of tree management procedures, as I am not an environmental planner nor a landscape architect. So I would hesitate in saying specifically what would be involved, but I suffice it to say that it won't be onerous as a full-blown tree management plan. It's much more tailored to the site issues. In this case, I think it is the tree that Mr. Hanna referred to, because it is a very large mature tree just straddling adjacent on the TJ lands. So my understanding is it would be much more scoped, much more localized in terms of what the environmental planner would be looking for. In short, probably measures to try and help save that tree, trying precautions during construction, and also assessing whether the health of the tree is something that needs to go to these extreme measures, or if there's already pre-existing conditions that would suggest that the tree maybe isn't in good health. So those are the types of things that would be looked at, but the degree of which I'm not qualified to speak on the degree of which, but yeah.
So I could assume that this would be much less onerous than a full tree management program. Okay, the next question I have regarding the concern about the building permit is we've gotten around this in the past by saying that a building permit be applied for. I'd go with that.
Yeah, Mike.
Through the chair to everyone, if you Google scope tree management, Google comes back and asks me if I mean scope creep management. So we don't have an answer.
I can tell it's been a long day.
And I don't think you're done yet.
Yeah, I know.
We're not done yet.
No.
Jennifer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to confirm the dimensions, the parking space dimensions, 3.04 by 5.5 or 5.49. Is that larger than what the zoning bylaw regulations require?
No, it's 9 or 10 feet by 18 feet. The regular parking.
I can't do the conversions. I need it in meters, please, sir.
Oh, in meters?
Mhm.
Well, no, it's regular size. Although the parking space requirement in Kitchener, Waterloo, Cambridge, and Guelph are all different.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to maybe Mr. Ryder. I don't know if you can help me with this, but I'd like to know what the zoning bylaw requirements are for a minimum parking space size in meters, please.
So yeah, through the chair, the minimum space that we require is 2.6 meters by 5.5. I believe it speaks to, and I spoke with the file planner on this application. The 3.04 by 5.49 is specifically in the bylaw, relates to a garage space, and that the extra width is just to allow for like door swing. I don't know why it's 5.49 as opposed to 5.5. That was one of the topics or issues that I discussed with the file planner, but that is the difference between the typical space.
Okay, so then that all of condition 2 is perhaps redundant because it's covered by the zoning already and the comments of Mr. Hanna about the building permit being.
Yeah, like that should be caught, like that would be a typical comment of mine during the site plan phase, like site plan application phase. I made the comment for this application specifically just to ensure that I think I had to switch over screens. I think it had to do with the dimensions that were shown on the plan. And I just wanted to ensure that that was something that was known. But typically it's controlled through site plan application.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder. And Mr. Chair, I would also note that in the location of the proposed garage, there is an existing shed. So I'm not an arborist, but I suspect that if this garage is being built slab on grade, the existing shed has probably already done whatever impact it's had on the root system of the tree. So I'm not sure that condition is required, but but I'll support it if it's how the committee wants to proceed. So I'm prepared to make a motion unless there's any other comments.
Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that this application be approved, subject only to conditions 3 and 4, and that condition 4 would be therefore amended to just talk about the one condition above instead of conditions 1 through 3.
Okay, second. Scott, all in favor? Bob, what are you doing? Or opposed? Yep, in favor. Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you very much, and have a lovely afternoon.
Thanks, John. Next application is A202065. It's 192 Woolwich Street. We have only one delegate registered, which is the applicant. And staff is recommending approval without any conditions. Any questions, comments, or motion? Scott?
Keep things moving, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to make a motion to support the staff recommendation. Obviously, this is being caught because it's in an agricultural zone. If it was in a residential zone, it would fully comply. So I move the staff recommendation.
Second. Bob, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Super. Thank you.
You're about to introduce application A2020-066.
Pardon me?
Are you on to application A2020-066?
Yes.
I have to recuse myself or declare a conflict.
Okay.
I worked on this application. So Madam Secretary Treasurer, I'm not sure, is it sufficient for me to just turn off my camera and continue to listen, or do I need to turn off my microphone as well?
I have technical support and we'll put you on hold.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll bring you back as soon as we're done.
That being said, that's the application that's been called A20 or 2066. And that is Jennifer Voss. Jennifer, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, there you are. Good. Thank you. Staff's recommending approval of the application without any conditions. Anyone have any questions or comments or motion? Bob?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, just a quick question to the applicant. Did you guys have a timeline on the phased approach for this?
Yes, we are currently constructing the balance of the townhouses. We're intending to register in 2 phases. So one being the initial registration, which includes 18 townhouses, which we hope to register mid-October. And then the apartments and the balance of the towns, we hope to register mid-March, end of March.
So to follow up on that, through you, Mr. Chair, this is all going to be wrapped up by middle of next year.
Yeah.
Then in that case, Mr. Chair, I think this is a really good idea, and I will approve or motion to approve this application with no conditions.
Second. Scott, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there's Jennifer. Next application is A 2020-67. That's 297 Ottawa Street South. We have 2 people. One is the applicant and one is in opposition. There we go. Okay. The recommendation from staff is for approval without any conditions. And what we'll do is we'll hear from the opposition first. So Cameron. Hello, Cameron. Cameron, are you there? I see you. Cameron.
Speaker's probably
Cameron.
Can you ping him?
I don't know. Cameron? All right. Hi.
There, he's waving.
Yeah, we'll hear from you. If you can just give us your opposition, your point. I don't know if your mic's working.
I don't think his mic's working.
Where's Diana? Diana?
Yes, Julianne, I'm here. Cameron,
Are you able to unmute him or whatever, get his mic
currently,
muted?
his microphone indicates that it's working. So Cameron, you may need to call the phone number inside the email and then you will be connected with audio. Denny, while Cameron gets his audio set up, did you want to do Queen Street by chance?
No.
Okay.
I think it'll probably just take him 1 minute here.
Okay, well, we can see what we
I
can-
just want to stay
On course.
Does anyone, while we're at it, do any of the members have any questions or comments for this application? Scott?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, let's use our time wisely. Question for staff. When I was by to see the property, the chain link fence and hedge that was shown on the survey is no longer in existence, and it says on that survey, approved driveway with 4 parking spaces. Is that something that staff has approved, or is this going to be subject to site plan approval?
Through the chair, this would be subject to a site plan approval.
Okay, thank you.
The site plan approval bylaw applies to any property with 3 or more units.
And how many spaces are required for the triplex technically, and can they be tandem?
3 spaces would be required, so they can be, they have to be independent of each other. 4 or more is in a lot, which requires you to leave in a forward moving motion. So once you have 4 parking spaces, you need a lot. 3 do not have to be in tandem, they could be side by side.
Okay, I'll probably have some follow-up questions after I've heard from the applicant and the opposition.
It doesn't look like Cameron's having much luck. Does anyone else have any other questions?
Denny, I have Cameron's phone number and I can call him myself. So give me 1 second.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, could we hear from the applicant maybe to keep things moving? Just an understanding of the plans and where he's proposing parking, et cetera.
Sure. There you go, Jeremy.
Hello.
Yeah, there we go.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking time to hear my application today. So what I'm asking to do here is just to legalize the existing condition. The house having a garage and a driveway, which fronts on Ottawa Street, which is within the setback. Otherwise, everything else, I intend to follow any rules that may exist. I did get a driveway permit as a condition of when I bought the house, which I suppose was as a single family home. But the permit, just allowed me to do a curb cut and driveway in that position. But I understand that there'll be a site plan control, and we'll go through that.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for Jeremy? Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the triplex exist, Jeremy?
No, it's currently a single family home.
Okay, perfect. And are you proposing to park around the back of the property off the side street?
Yeah, to have a driveway off of the side street with parking like a standard residential driveway, not like a parking lot.
With the 3 spaces in it?
Yeah.
You got any intent maybe to remove the driveway out to Ottawa, which probably is a hazard with the ion going by it?
No, that's the subject of the variance, actually, to keep that driveway, because it's attached to a garage and it's a really nice amenity for people on the property.
Okay.
But I've been told that transportation staff say that it's safe, and from my perspective, pulling in and out there, it seems pretty good.
Anyone else?
Through the chair, I do have Cameron here.
Yes.
And you should be able to, when you're ready for him, you should be able to speak to him through me, okay?
He can speak now.
Yeah, I can hear you guys. I hope you can hear me. It's a little distorted, but I think we can work with it.
Yep, I can hear you.
Awesome. Okay, well, first of all, I just wanted to thank everybody for having me, and for the most part, I had a chance to meet Jeremy too, and talk to him to understand the build a little bit more. And I really do support what he's doing. I just kind of had more concerns. I guess it would be more conditions placed upon the build.
Like what?
Just firstly, I know, like, from what my understanding is, like, obviously any build's going to have to be in compliance of the Ontario Building Code, mainly with like fire resistant materials. And with the driveway, basically the driveway on Acacia Street, the new one that is being requested to be put in, would be directly across from my house. So there's currently a fairly mature tree there that first I also need to include that I am a resident of Acacia for 13 years this month. So it's been a great street to me, a great house to me, and I've got to see the street develop a little bit over this 13 years, where when I first moved in, there was some really nice mature maple trees and even ash trees that had to be cut down because of the bug or whatever it was that came in and ate them. So the city replaced those trees years back. They were, just your standard, really thin maples, not many years old, that have developed into somewhat nice trees and shade. And I get concerns with the trees on my side of the road. I know the city's had troubles with root development over the years, blocking the sewers. I think that's why they all got cut down on the other side of the road. So my concern is if this happens on my side, which very well could someday, we're going to lose all those mature trees down beautiful old Acacia Street. I'm assuming where the driveway is going to go in, one of these newer but still much mature maple trees are going to have to be removed. I'd just like council to consider that with keeping that vegetation on Acacia. My other concern would be
Maybe I could comment just on the tree.
We'll get back to you, Jeremy.
Sure.
Let him finish. Okay.
My other concerns would be too, I might as well mention, I do have a background and have graduated from Conestoga College 2014 for civil development, municipal planning, and environmental engineering. So I do have a little bit of a background on how things work, to say the least. I know there was a little bit of concerns expressed in another case about stormwater management, which I have as well. I know, like talking to Jeremy, he has a very good background as well, so I'm confident in him as a builder too, to acknowledge and comply by any stormwater management rules. The main concern with that is Acacia Street does not have stormwater sewers. It just basically at the top of my corner lot facing Jeremy's, it's relatively flat, where the drainage is going to be very slow until it rolls down Acacia towards Sydney Street, where there's stormwater sewers there and stormwater sewers on Ottawa. So I want the city council and Jeremy to really be mindful of proper drainage, whether it's weeping tile or proper sloping towards Ottawa Street. And just that study is really met, because I'm concerned if the stormwater from all this green space that's now getting removed and grass is now being turned into concrete, where is that going to go? And on top of that, really the pooling in front of Acacia, with just the way the current slopes are in winter and with the freeze thaw cycle, there could be high risk of ice, which is also right in front of a stop sign that is in front of the LRT Ion track. There's a little bit of a potential safety concern. It's just something I wanted to address before Jeremy were to go deep into a build, and just to really be mindful of that was something I wanted to bring up. lastly would be my concerns of parking and how that's being designed along with current street parking regulations. Once again, over my time of 13 years living on once really quiet Acacia Street has now developed quite a bit with the Ion train coming in, has made a big difference with that noise addition and traffic. But over these 13 years, I can tell you the parking on the street has easily doubled. I know majority of people live on Ottawa Street already that are using my street for parking. Many vehicles are there for over the allowed time where they should be getting ticketed already. I'm not the type of guy to be calling in and, you know, complain about that, but it is getting a little bit of a bother. I'm also an owner of a smaller camper trailer that can be hard, very difficult to get in, back into my driveway and even get out with the city parking. And my biggest concerns of it now is safety with the Ion rails right there. And when right now you can legally park on both sides of the road of Acacia right up to the intersection of Ottawa Street. And it's creating several blind spots that years back, more recently, Canada Post has moved the mailbox down to the intersection, but I went through the local ombudsman and I couldn't even get the mailbox moved closer to the intersection that was directly in front of my house because of an obstruction of a mailbox. But now we're talking full vehicles, and now there's a train there. And I am concerned that all these extra vehicles are going to create those obstructions, that there could be potential members of the community, children crossing, and there could be a bad accident there. So it was just something I wanted council to be mindful of again today. Like, I live there, I've seen it for a long time develop, and it's kind of getting concerning. I also have neighbors beside me across and even a couple doors down that just sold more recently, was always concerned about this additional congestion of traffic and parking.
Okay, good. Okay, thanks, Cameron. All right, anyone have any further questions, comments? Mike?
Through the chair to the applicant, the drawing provided to us from the engineer seems to indicate that a building permit has already been issued. Are all the concerns that the previous gentleman raised addressed in that permit? Or are you aware of those sorts of things?
Through the chair, yes, definitely. Grading, drainage, things like weeping tile, yes, would be addressed. And to make sure that the grading, captures the stormwater properly. Also, with regards to the driveway and the tree, one of the conditions with the driveway permit was to very carefully give enough space for the tree so that it maintains its health while still providing enough room to get a car into the driveway.
Okay, anyone else? Anything else? Questions, motion? Jennifer?
Mr. Chair, having heard that the concerns of the neighbor have been addressed, I move that this application be approved without condition.
Okay, second. Bob, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Next applications, A 2020-67, 297 Ottawa Street.
Just did that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't stroke it off. A 2020-68, 175 Queen Street North. The applicant here, that would be Laura or Matt.
Hi, Denny. They don't appear to be in the attendees list at this moment.
They're not here. Okay. they get set aside. Next application's A202069, that's 20 Hollybrook Trail. And Andrea? Hey, Andrea, are you there?
Andrea Sinclair.
Andrea?
Maybe not.
Andrea?
Sorry, can
Raise
everyone
your-
hear me?
Speaking again. Okay. You are here for actually 4 applications. They're all relatively close, right? So I guess we can get through this one quickly. So first one is A202069, and staff's recommending approval without any conditions. Questions, comments, motion? Oh, Scott.
Just had a quick question for the applicant, and maybe staff can help, because it affects all 5 applications in a row here. I think they've all asked for 7 in lieu of 9 or something less than 7, and yet a lot of the surveys are showing something greater than that. The first one here is 8 meters. Do we have any concerns with that, or why are we approving 7 in lieu of 8?
Julianne?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, through the Crosby review, it's my understanding that this setback is going to be reduced. I'm not 100% sure what it's being reduced to, but Stephen Ryder's also on the call, so perhaps he knows what, but my understanding is that there's a general acceptance for a reduced setback to an intersection for a driveway. So hopefully in the future, once Crosby's in effect, we will be seeing fewer of these types of variances. And staff has consulted with the transportation folks, and everyone seems to be supportive of the proposed reductions for these 5 properties. And I think 2 are on Hollybrook and the others are on Pond Cliff, I believe. 3 of them on Pond Cliff for the same type of variance.
Okay.
Steve, do you have anything to add to that?
Sure, yeah, through the chair. Yeah, like Julianne was right. I think I know for the fact that corner visibility triangle numbers will be changed to 7 meters by 7 meters through the new zoning bylaw. So I think they were definitely greater than that before. So as long as we've had a few of these applications that I've seen earlier this year and late last year, and as long as they're greater than the 7 meters, we've had no concerns with their placement. That given with the very low traffic, low volume nature of these 3 roadways and their location in the subdivision, there shouldn't be any issues that arise with the reductions.
Okay, Bob?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to actually group both of those on Hollybrook because they're almost exactly the same. Sure. And that I move that both of these be approved with no conditions as per the staff report.
All right, second.
Mr. Chair, do we need to confirm that there's no one here in respect of those applications first, just for procedural sake?
Is there anyone here with respect to those applications? No. Okay. There we go. Go. Second.
I second that.
Jennifer, all in favor? Carried. Good.
So that's both of them on Hollybrook.
Yep.
That's 133 and 134.
Yep. So now we've got, hang on here. A202071, A202072, A202073. It's 158 Pond Cliff, 900 Pond Cliff, 916 Pond Cliff. We'll hear them all. And once again, it's with Andrea. Any questions, comments? They're all recommending approval without conditions. They're all straightforward applications and are essentially for the same thing. So
Well, not really.
I said essentially.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, with the one on 900 Pond Cliff, they're
Yeah.
also asking for a side yard setback where the others aren't.
Right.
So
I said
maybe-
essentially.
If you want to group them all together, I don't have a problem with that.
We're just hearing them all together anyways, Bob, so. Trying to move it along.
Agreed.
Okay, yeah, Mike.
Just wondered if there was a motion on the floor yet or not.
No, I'm looking for one.
Then I would like to make a motion that applications 070071-072 be approved as submitted.
Okay, second.
What about 073?
And 073.
Second, Jennifer, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Have fun. Take care.
Hi, Denny. I can confirm that we have the applicants back from Queen Street. Do you mind just going back to take care of that one really quickly? Thank you.
Okay. Hang on here. I gotta keep organized. Okay. Application A202068, it's 175 Queen Street. And Matt, how you doing?
Good, thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for squeezing me back in.
Yeah.
A little technical difficulty there.
Let me see. They're requesting an amendment to the application. Have you had an opportunity to review staff's report?
I have. If the committee would like, I could explain the reason for our request. We are happy to accept the amended recommendation. However, we just added the additional visitor parking, thinking that there may be concern from area residents. So without that concern, we're confident we can maintain all required parking on site without any spillover, and we'll be happy to answer any other questions. Thank you.
And then variance number 3, they're recommending refusal of that one. Okay, does anyone have any questions, comments? Scott.
Got a question of the applicant. Are you satisfied with the recommendation against for the barrier-free parking?
Yes, we initially requested to reduce that in order to provide additional visitor parking, thinking that that may be more of a concern for area residents. But that being said, we can appreciate the need to be as accommodating as we can be, and would accept the staff report as drafted.
I was going to be on your side, just to be perfectly blunt. You're only asking for 3 more units. How many parking or barrier-free parking spaces exist now?
There are 2 now. The site does function well. There's a bit of an upheaval at the moment, just given the parking construction that's underway with the underground garage. There's some temporary surface parking. I appreciate your perspective. The 2 barrier-free are serving the site well. I think it was really just a matter of ensuring there is no adverse impact on the area residents. So that was the need to top up the visitor parking. I mean, there's no denying the site is well below the existing bylaw requirements. So we're not in the position to be able to add more parking. So it's really just about finding that sweet spot. So reducing that barrier-free requirement may allow the site to perform a little better in terms of accommodating visitors. I'm really at the will of the committee on this one.
I think when you get down to it, barrier-free parking, it's a private property. It's a private site, private property. And it's your prerogative whether you would enforce it or not in any event. So that's something to keep in mind. Julianne?
I just wanted to state that, you know, we have to make sites AODA accessible, and that is the reason for staff's refusal, as we see we are legislated and required to consider that. And that is one thing that we just felt very strongly on a staff level, that we needed to support the inclusion of barrier-free spaces.
I think if this was a greenfield development, we certainly wouldn't really entertain a reduction of this kind. I think it warranted a good debate, given that it's an existing situation. There's no ability to really add or increase the number of spaces available to us. It's just about allocating what we do have. So it's a bit of a tricky one. Like I said, if this was greenfield, we'd certainly providing all 7 and starting at that bar there. But in light of that, we thought we would request the relief, understanding staff's position. So thank you.
Okay, good. Anyone else? Questions, motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a quick question here, I guess to the applicant, that you're going to be going for the required number of barrier-free parking spaces, not the 2 that you've requested?
We request, our submission was for the reduction down to 2. Staff are concerned with.
And that staff is recommending that be refused, which means it's going to bump you back up to the required.
And he's fine with that.
And he's fine with that? Okay.
Yeah, we just spent 5 minutes on that.
Then in that case, I will move that the application for 175 Queen Street North
as amended
be approved.
All right. Second, Jennifer, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. All right. Next application is B 2020-26. It's 225 Fairway Road. That one is being deferred. Do we have a deferral date?
We do. Through the chair, I've confirmed with the applicant that a 1-month deferral should be sufficient.
Okay, we'll defer it to the next month's meeting. Do I have a motion for that, please? Bob, second. Scott, all in favor? Carried. Now, just a question for you, just for ourselves, Diane, should we maintain that report here for next month, or are you going to be resending it out again?
I will be resending it out.
You will be? Okay.
Yeah, not a problem.
And it will be separated this time?
We will have a much better printing experience. Thank you.
and paper clipped possibly, because Bob's going through too many paper clips.
There's no paper clips.
Oh, come on.
Okay. You guys aren't ending it all.
There.
I photocopy my own reports.
Well, we were going to, but they didn't want to give us an allowance for that. So, next applications are B 2020-27 and B 2020-28. And we have one in support and one in opposition.
I can confirm that the attendance in opposition is not on the call at this moment.
All right. Staff's recommending approval with conditions. I also want to note that we need to add a 19th condition, which would be the noise warning clause from the region. So we need to amend that recommendation accordingly. Okay. Who's that talking? Hello? Do we, is the applicant online?
They are, and they're unmuted, so I'm not quite sure.
Euclid?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to review staff's report?
Yes.
Okay, they're recommending approval with, and we've just added a 19th condition that was requested by the region for consideration, and that would be a noise warning clause as well. Did you have any questions or comments or?
No, thanks.
Okay, you're in agreement with the recommendations?
Yes.
Okay, does anyone have any questions, comments, or a motion? Bob?
Mr. Chair, I will move that this application for 11 Chicopee Park Court be approved with the 18+1 added condition, so as amended.
All right. Before I call for a second, I just want to make sure that we don't have the opposition that registered online again. Claudia, are you there? No, unfortunately, she's not here, so we won't be able to hear her concerns. Do I have a second to that motion? Mike? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, next application is B 2020-29. That's 442 Old Chicopee Trail. Support or opposition? Pierre, you're back. How are you doing?
Good. I'm still here.
Yeah, at least you had a good lunch probably, but
It was entertaining.
staff's recommending approval with conditions. And I think the region, did we pick up the regions?
Mr. Chairman, I think there were three regional conditions.
Yeah, there's 3 regional conditions that we need to add to the recommendation. Also, there's a problem with it says the owner of clause number 15, the date's out of line. It says should probably be what, August 10th, 2021 instead of 2020. So we'll revise that to 2021 as well.
Denny?
Yes.
If it would be all right, if we could just leave the date.
Pardon me?
That it would probably be easier for
I can't hear what you're saying.
There's some feedback here. Is that better?
Yeah.
It would probably be better if we left the date out of condition 5. They are required to complete these conditions within 1 year. And I think it's 2 weeks off the last date to fulfill conditions.
Sure. Then take the date right out then. Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we'll just remove that date from the recommendation. Okay, Pierre, do you have any questions or comments?
Oh, that's all good.
Okay, good. Anyone else? Motion, questions, comments, motion? Bob?
Mr. Chair, I move that the application for 442 Old Chicopee Trail be approved with 15 conditions minus the date on condition number 15, plus the 3 conditions from the region.
All right, second. Scott, all in favor? Carried. Good, thank you. Next application is A 2020-30. That's 58 Barbara Crescent. Boban again. Let me see. Staff recommending approval with conditions. And everything got picked up in this one. Okay, is anyone, yes, Scott.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think we should probably do the same thing to condition 3 and just get rid of the date for demolition because it's a little light again.
Mm-hmm.
Going to suggest that modification.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have any questions or comments, Boban?
Not at all. I read the report. Everything is clear. You're good with the conditions.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions, comments, motion, Bob?
Mr. Chair, I noticed that under comments section, the fire department has made some comments.
Yeah.
And I think they probably should be included as
They
a.
are.
They are.
They are. They're in there.
They are?
Yeah.
Nice.
4A.
4A.
4A, 1 to 3.
Direct attack, fire alarm.
I stand corrected.
Yeah. Okay, anyone else? Jennifer?
I'm prepared to make a motion that application 2020-030 be approved, subject to the conditions set out in the staff report as amended.
All right, second. Mike, all in favor? Harry? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next application is 2020-31, 500 Carnes Street. Sam, how are you doing? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Good.
It's approved with conditions and everything got picked up. So did you have any questions, comments on the conditions, Sam?
This is a case of my client not taking my advice and getting things done within a year and having to come back and pay it again. So I'm supporting the application and the conditions that are added by the city staff, which are basically the same conditions as before.
Okay. Yeah. Scott?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I fully support the application, but aren't conditions 3 and 4 basically saying the same thing? Maybe staff can help me.
No, they're not saying the same thing.
One's a control application, the other's a building permit, demolition.
You have to go through demolition control because you're removing a residential structure, and then you have to apply for a building permit. There are two separate processes, one by the planning department and one by the building department.
Anyone else? Motion?
I'd make a motion right away that application 2020031 be approved with conditions.
All right.
As submitted.
Jennifer, all in favor? Carried. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members.
Application B 2020-32. All right. Hi, Boban. This one, there was a regional comment on archaeological. I don't know if you saw the regional comments, but just as long as you're aware of it, I don't think that they were looking to impose a condition, but they did make a comment that if you find anything, you need to stop immediately and report it. So that was that one. Okay. Is there any questions, comments, Boban? No. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unlike most of the consent applications we've dealt with today, I had no problems with them, but I really have a significant issue with this particular application. Staff in their report has made a lot of effort to talk about building elevation review. And given the size of the properties, I really don't think condition 10 can actually be fulfilled. I'd just like to ask the applicant and our staff whether or not they have started to review elevations on this particular application, because if they haven't, I'm going to suggest, unless I can be convinced otherwise, that this application be deferred to allow staff to sit down with the applicant. These are very tight lots. One's a semi-detached dwelling, 7.5 meter setback or 7.5 meter width, and the other one's only a 9 meter width. to meet all of the urban design requirements for this site, I think this property should be severed into two with about 12-meter wide lots. So I have a real problem.
Not sure I understand your concern
Neither am I.
through you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure I understand the concern with the condition number 10 that Mr. Hanna referred to.
Yeah, Scott, what's your concern? You're on mute.
If the condition can't be fulfilled, the consent will lapse and it will have to be reapplied for.
The condition can always be fulfilled. It's to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning.
Okay, well, I'm looking at page 2 of this particular report, and they want to have the garages recessed behind the front facade of the building. The building envelopes and the building designs that are part of this application later on don't even come close to that. And I don't think it can be achieved. So
I think this might be in the, I'm wondering whether this might be in the Rienz area. That's part of the reason for the comment.
absolutely.
Well, it's still up to staff to clear, and if staff can't clear it, then it's up to us to clear that condition.
Yeah.
And to have that conversation or those discussions with the applicant.
I think I'd be myself more inclined to leave it like it is, leave it in there. Or I hate to defer it when everything else is in order, because this has been deferred since who knows when already, because these are the first applications that we're hearing since March.
Right.
So
First new applications,
yeah, this person's been sitting and waiting probably for a while already, and I don't want to impose another deferral for something that's able to be dealt with in the manner that it's written, because it does say to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning. So it is something that could be cleared as long as they can come to terms with each other, right? That's my thinking behind it. So personally, I wouldn't support a deferral. If you want to make one, you can, but anyone else? Anyone?
A motion?
Motion? Jennifer?
Mr. Chair, I think I understand Mr. Hanna's concerns and I appreciate them for sure. We have an analysis here done by staff, fulsome analysis in support of the proposed 3-lot severance. And from my understanding, there's no opposition to the application. I take the chair's point on the ability to clear that condition. So I'm prepared to move that the application be approved with the conditions set out in the staff report.
Second? Mike, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, passed. Thank you. Next application is B 2020-33. That's 4 Westgate Walk. Support, opposition. That's recommending approval. We have everyone online here.
I was confirmed by the law firm in opposition that they may not be attending the meeting today, that they believe their written submission would cover it. So depending on how it goes, they will be communicated with.
All right. We'll just note that we do have a opposition. We'll read it into the minutes as if read. Write it into the minutes as if read. They're recommending approval with conditions. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Scott?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to have staff's reaction to the letter because as a former planner, I fully support what the law firm is saying. If these lots were developed originally as they were, you have two equal lots and you would have had two houses of similar sizes. You're going to have one that's in relative speaking postage stamp relative to the rest of the neighborhood. So just I'd like to get staff's reaction.
Sure, Julianne?
For you, Mr. Chair, we have had conversations with the applicant's consultant, and we are aware of the letter from the law firm. My understanding is that we will not be taking, recommendation would be revised insofar as that condition number 9 would not be required. We do recognize that these are two whole lots on a plan of subdivision, and that's why the recommendations have been written the way they have with respect to taking title in the same format and what have you. So we have very specific conditions for that. I'm not sure that the file planners, let me just see if he's on. Yes, he's here. If you want some more background information, he's had more fulsome conversations with the consultant. Andrew Pinnell is available if you need to speak to him.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, the lot that is being created, it is called a severance, but in reality, this is more of a lot addition, lot line adjustment application. The resultant lots would not be that different than what's already in the neighborhood. In fact, even with this piece of land that's being conveyed to the parcel of land that already has the house on it, what's left over would not be much smaller than what's in the existing neighborhood.
Very consistent.
Okay, Carol.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. We are actually asking for a deferral, notwithstanding that staff are recommending approval. And the reason for the request for deferral relates to condition number 5. And specifically, if we read that condition literally, what it means is that the owners, every time they wanted to make a change to their landscaping, they would have to submit a revised plan to the director of planning. And I don't know how many of the committee members have actually gone out to the site, but Mr. and Mrs. Dare have undertaken extensive landscaping on this property in the number of years that they lived there. So they're concerned, they're avid gardeners, and their concern, if they read this literally, is that every time they want to make a change to this tree management plan, they have to submit a revised plan to the director of planning. So we've asked staff if we could just defer this until the next committee meeting, so we just have a better understanding of how that condition is actually going to be implemented in real life. I don't think that the intent is that the director of planning is going to be reviewing every revision that they make on their landscaping, but again, if you read the wording as it's written, that's what it says. So that's issue number 1. And just as it relates to the letter that was submitted by Medora Snyder, and to respond to the comments from Mr. Hanna, I can tell you that this severed lot, the new lot, I'll call it, is actually larger than 4 of the other lots that currently exist on Westgate Walk. We undertook an analysis of all of the lots along Westgate, and this lot, the new lot, measures approximately 1,920 square meters. And the lot adjacent, of which Mr. McConnell lives, his lot is actually only 1,824 meters, and there's 3 other lots on the street that are less than 1,920. So just to provide some context to the committee, and this will also give us a chance to discuss with Mr. McConnell the lots. But I want to assure the committee that this newly created lot is actually larger than 4 of the existing lots that are currently along Westgate. So that the concern about this being undersized or out of character is really not, is not the case. But having said that, we're still asking for a deferral so that we can potentially modify the wording of condition number 5, because again, the Dares are concerned that every time they make a change to their landscaping, it has to come back to the Director of Planning for approval.
Carol, question for you. Is the lot that they're severing, is their intent to sell that lot?
No, so again, maybe I'm not sure how much context the committee has. So Mr. and Mrs. Dare live in this house. It was actually Mr. Dare's parents that built the house, and then Graham Dare and his wife Sandra bought it a number of years ago. And what they're finding is that existing house is too large for them, and they're looking to downsize. And they've looked around for opportunities in the neighborhood and really haven't found anything or a street that they like as much as this one. So their intent is to actually build a house for themselves on this severed parcel. And the concern that they had with selling this property as a single lot, the larger concern was that somebody was going to come buy the property, tear down that existing house, and then build 2 very large monster homes, which in their opinion would actually have a much greater negative impact on the character of the street, because there's ample landscaping, the homes are set, back and extensively landscaped. And that's what they have in mind for this property.
Right.
And we can have that further discussion, with Medor and Snyder and the neighbor adjacent, but that may help the committee just to understand what the overall intent is for this property.
Julianne, are you satisfied with a deferral, or can you lend anything right now in order to resolve that issue?
I'm satisfied with a deferral. We were trying to accommodate the applicant with a recommendation for approval today, but staff was unable to resolve some of the questions and concerns that were raised by the environmental staff. Okay. So we concur with the applicant to have a deferral until next month.
Next month. Okay, so we'll do a deferral till next month. We have a motion for that, please. Bob, second. Scott, all in favor? Carried. Thanks, Carol. See you next month.
Thank you.
All right. Applications B 2020-34 to B 2020-36. That's Glasgow Street. Pierre, how are you doing?
Good. Long time no see.
Yeah. There's 2 regional conditions that need to get put into the recommendations for consideration. And we can get those picked up. And then otherwise, any questions, comments, or?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, there was a correction to the parkland condition.
Okay.
That it be removed because it has already been conveyed through previous plan of subdivision site plan.
Okay, and Julianne, you concur with that?
I'm in agreement with that.
Okay, great. So then that's another amendment to the recommendations is remove number 8. All right, Scott, you had your hand up.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to make the same comment that we got something from the planner about removing condition 8.
Okay. All right. Anyone else or anyone? Questions, motion? Motion. Jennifer? Oh, Mike. Okay, Mike.
We're going to make the motion regarding application 034, 35, and 36.
Okay.
To approve with the conditions and the condition changes and move forward.
Okay, second. Jennifer, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. B, 2020-37. 515 Highland Road West. Sorry, yeah, 1541, 515. 1541 Highland Road West. Alan?
Hi, how's it going?
Good, how you doing?
Good.
Good.
You guys had a long day.
Yes, staff's recommending approval with conditions. Do you have any questions, Alan? Everything straightforward?
I haven't received any comments of the conditions, so I just see that it says no conditions.
No, it says with conditions. This is with conditions. There's 4 of them, which they're all standard conditions. One's obtain a tax certificate. The other is that they need a CAD drawing file. That the transfer easement document required to create the easement being approved herein shall include the following, which be approved by city solicitor. It's a clear specific description.
Okay.
And of what it's for, and any cost sharing provisions or anything like that, if there is any. And a statement confirming that the easements being granted shall be maintained and registered in perpetuity. And that the solicitors provide an undertaking to register the approved easement to the city solicitor. That's it. So they're pretty straightforward conditions.
Yeah, those are standard. I'm fine with that. If someone could send me a copy of those.
Yeah, they'll get that to you. It'll be in the decision.
Hi, Alan. Sorry, they're in your meeting details. You can click on the staff report link.
Where's that?
Meeting details. If you click on it, it notes staff reports. It's inside of there.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone, questions, comments, motion? Bob?
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you. This is fairly straightforward, just for an easement. So I move that this be approved with the 4 conditions in the staff report.
Great. Second? Mike, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
Okay. Next applications, B 2020-38 to, and A 2020-74. Recommending approval with conditions. There's a GRCA fee that needs to be put into the recommendation. The recommendation also says as amended, and I didn't see where it was amended. I don't think there was, yeah, Julianne.
The amendment is to remove condition number 3 regarding the parkland dedication. It's already been paid.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. So number 3 then comes out, GRCA fee in, and there is amended, and that's the recommendation. So that's all cleaned up. Okay. Hey, Andrew, how you doing?
I'm good. How's everybody?
Good. Questions, comments? Anyone? You all right with the conditions, Andrew?
I hope you guys had Skip the Dishes drop by your house and bring you lunch today.
Not
courtesy
yet.
Of the city, courtesy of the city of Kitchener, I hope.
Yeah.
On a very tight schedule, as you can imagine, Mr. Hanna.
I can imagine. I'm in agreement.
They won't even buy Bob's paper clips for him, so they're
That was a good one, Danny. I'm in agreement with the recommendation, the staff report with the 3 conditions with the removal of the parkland dedication.
Okay. All right. Any questions, comments, motion? Anyone? Bob?
I move that this be approved as amended without the parkland dedication because it just merged on title.
All righty. And does that include the GRCA fee too?
Yeah, I think it's there. Oh, is there GRCA fee? Did I miss that too?
No, that's just the region of Waterloo's in there. GRCA asked for a fee.
I think there's a review fee.
Yeah, it's just their standard review fee.
$420.
Yeah. So is that motion with or without the fee, Bob?
We'll put the fee in there, may as well.
Okay, just clarifying things. Okay, second. Scott, all in favor? Carried.
Thanks, everybody. Take it easy.
Last application.
No.
2020-02, 2020-03. 32 Fourwell Road. Dave, are you there?
Good evening, everyone.
Recommendation is for approval. I don't believe there's any conditions.
There's lots of conditions.
No, yeah, well, I'm just looking at the title. here. Yeah, there is lots of conditions.
Mr. Chairman, this is a change of conditions recommendation?
Yeah, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, any questions, Dave? Comments? You're in agreement with this last recommendation?
Yes, we're in agreement with the changes.
Okay, all right. To the committee members, is there any questions, comments, or motion? Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I read this report and the changes seem very, very reasonable. So I am prepared to move the recommendations as submitted.
All right, second. Mike, all in favor? Carried. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, everyone.
Take care.
Well done.
Thanks. Okay, that's it, guys. Move for a motion to adjourn.
That is a marathon.
Second, Scott, everyone in favor. Jesus, that's the longest one we've ever done.